California, UCSB is built on Chumash land, specifically that of the non-federally recognized Barbaño tribe. As an association that pushes the student body's voices to the forefront, we should aim to make strides past just acknowledgement to those who continue to fight for the right to be recognized and respected as the original stewards of this land. I ask you all to dedicate time and care to personal education and to advocate for justice alongside Indigenous peoples. We move into roll call. Senator Chaudhry. Pardon?
Present.
Senator Gismonian.
Present.
Senator Gutierrez. Senator Harder.
Present.
Senator Hepburn. Proxy. Yes, here. Senator Young.
Present.
Senator Jones.
Present.
Senator Lucan.
Present.
Senator Lee. Senator Manalo.
Present.
Senator Manikova.
President.
Senator Malhis.
Present.
Senator Ola Aitan.
President.
Senator Ono.
Present.
Senator Reese.
Present.
Senator Shurkin.
Present.
Senator Sussman.
Present.
Senator Radon.
Present.
And Polito. Senator Wang. And Senator Wahidullah.
Present.
Okay, we move to excuse absences. Let's please do swiftly. Sussman.
Motion to excuse Senator Lee until 8 p.m.
Is there a motion to excuse Senator Lee until 8 p.m.? Is there a second, Chaudhry?
Yeah.
There's been a second round of discussion. Wahidullah.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Any objection? Call the question.
Yeah.
Any objection by consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Sussman.
Motion to excuse Senator Wang due to academic purposes.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Wang due to academic purposes. Is there a second? Oh, no.
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Wahidullah.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Objection. Call the question. Objection by consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Wahidullah.
Motion to excuse Senator Toledo for duration of the meeting.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Toledo for the duration of the meeting. Is there a second, Chaudhry?
Second.
Second, we're now in discussion. Now discussion. At all.
Call the
Question has been called. Can you please call the question?
Consent.
Any objection by consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Is that all? Well,
Excuse Senator Gutierrez for the duration of the meeting.
have you gotten a request?
Oh, that's just
That's how it works. They've got a request on the line. Do you rescind or?
rescind my motion.
Yeah, in general, someone must have requested to be excused. You can't just affirm volition for pretty obvious reasons. Okay, is that all? Oh, no.
Sorry, hold on. Motion to excuse Senator Malhis from 8:15 to 9:45.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Malhis from 8:15 to 9:45. Is there a second, Chaudhry?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Dan,
Call the
question has been called. Judge, call the question.
Consent.
Judge, by consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Is that all? Okay, we move into acceptance of proxies. Chaudhry.
Motion to accept Aryan Gundecha as proxy for Sohan Sundararajan.
There's been a motion to accept Aryan Gundecha as proxy for Senator Sohan Sundararajan. Is there a second? Oh, no.
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Jason Monian.
Call the question.
Question is called. Do you have to call the question? Any objection by consent? Being none, motion passes. Chaudhry.
Motion to accept Hudson Palmer as proxy for Senator Hepburn.
There's been a motion to accept Hudson Palmer. Senator Hepburn, is there a second? Lucan?
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Dan,
Call the question.
question is called. Judge, call the question.
Consent.
Any objection by consent? Seeing none, motion passes. At all. Lovely. We move into external reports. Do we have anyone here to give a Chancellor's representative report? But would you be open to questions on specific items, or I don't know how? You absolutely don't have to, obviously, but yeah. You can come to the podium if you want. I know a few senators and myself has questions. So, thank you for coming out. I will, I can start, and then if anyone has anything to add on, I had two items, and the first of them is on the State of Student Services petition, and I believe you've received an email on this matter from someone in the Controls and Compliance Office of the association. And to
Actually.
no, possible. So essentially, it's in the voter outreach process of the petition. It seems that some of those who were doing the advertising were giving away snacks, candies, edible items of this sort. There was a prize wheel involved, potentially merchandise, not exactly clear on that. And of course, this petition process is not governed by the ACE Elections Board. It's governed by the Central Election Commission. But if successful, it winds up on the the spring general ballot, which is primarily governed by the elections board. Our elections board very strictly governs anything that has to do with giving out food, edible items. And in fact, there were candidates, people sitting in this room, who got strikes last spring election for doing precisely that. So the email was to the tune of, as far as I'm aware, of asking what the relevant departmental, campus, and system-wide policies are on this, because to be honest with you, speaking as a student, it seems a little bit like a rules for thee, not for me situation. And I'm aware that those are imposed primarily by the association, but if it's winding up on the same ballot, it's not exactly clear how the push to pay hundreds more dollars per term should be excluded from this regulation, whereas an individual candidate would not be.
No, that's fair, and that's a great question, thank you. The ballots, even though they are a combined ballot to the student, are actually separate ballots that are governed by different rules. So there's actually different thresholds for passage through the Campus Elections Commission that are dictated by Campus Elections Commission guidelines than the rules for passage through something that goes on the AS ballot. So they really are separate and different. I totally agree, actually, that people should not be handing out candy or what, I mean, they can hand out candy, but you have to give it to everyone, right? Whether they sign the petition or not, that's perfectly fine. But you can't be trading it, you know, if you sign this, then I'll give you the piece of candy, right? Because that's not really ethical. So thank you for letting me know. I'm happy to let all of the people who are out there campaigning know that well, they're not campaigning, it's not the campaign, this is the signature collection, petitioning, that's not something that should be happening. So appreciate you letting me know. That's not something I was aware of.
I appreciate that at a kind of normative level. I think it makes sense for those two to not be intertwined.
Agreed.
That's all. Councilman?
Yeah, so just for clarification, I like heard rumors that the students that are, you know, part of these petitions are getting paid by their departmental offices. So I was just curious if that's true and, you know, to what extent that's a fair election.
Yeah, so they are employees of those departments. So anything that they do on work time, they do get paid for. And if the department is asking them to go collect signatures, then yes, they're probably getting paid for that.
So is this, sorry.
Sorry, I was just gonna add that there's nothing in the CEC guidelines that prevents that. At the end of the election, departments do have to submit a financial report to say like how much staff time, how much student staff time, how much did they spend on their campaign? But the campaign, that's actually the campaign and that's separate from the petition gathering. So.
Sure. So it's the department directing the individual student or group of students to table at X time using X, Y, and Z resources to that end, and that's coordinated by the committee which runs the petition?
No, so if a department is going out for a fee on the ballot, then they have to collect signatures from 15% of their voting population. So if it's just undergrads, 50% of the undergrads, if it's undergrad and grad combined, 15% of both populations. And so that takes people power, right, to be able to do that. So most departments do utilize their student staff if they have them. Some of them use student volunteers if they have them. Every department is a little bit different, right? Because some departments have employees, some do not, in terms of student staff. So they will probably take anyone who would be willing to go out and speak to students about signing the petition. And that is allowable within the CEC guidelines.
And could you give us an update on what the figures currently rest at of how many signatures have been gathered and how many are required?
So 15% of the undergrad population is about 3,500 signatures-ish. Currently, we're at about 3,300 signatures. But you know, not all of those will be valid. Like if people don't put their perm number down correctly, if they're not actually registered this quarter, if they're lapsed or something like that. So there will be some that get kind of taken away. And we won't know really until it goes through a validation process with the campus elections.
Okay, thank you very much does anybody have any questions on the petition surrounding matters?
Yeah, thank you for coming. I was talking to some students as representative, and as student staff, some of them mentioned that they're under the impression that if the petition doesn't go through and if this doesn't go on the ballot, that their jobs are going to be gone. Can you clarify that if this doesn't get on the ballot, or if it does, like are these jobs gone for
Well,
them?
it really depends on the department. So, and remember that there are 18 programs and departments and services that are part of this initiative. So, really what it means is that if this doesn't go on the ballot, then what's currently being paid will just continue, right? So there will be no opportunity to vote on any increase. That doesn't necessarily mean students will lose their job. It depends on what their budget approval is for next year. So, and that has many factors. So some departments receive core funding from the university, plus they have a student lock-in fee. Other departments might be only funded through core funds or only funded through a student lock-in fee. And then there's a budget target that's set for all departments every year. And the department has to work within what their budget target is. So I think probably what is true is that if some of these increases don't pass, what we will see over time, not necessarily like tomorrow, what we would see over time is probably a decrease in the number of student staff that the department is able to hire, right? Because they'll have the same amount of money that they have today. And so as wages go up, that means either fewer students that you get to hire or fewer hours that they get to work, one or the other. So I think over time that could potentially be true, but no, not like an instant thing where all students would lose their jobs or anything like that. Yeah, does that answer your questions?
Logan?
Hi, ABC Perkins, thank you for coming in. So I'm on the UCOPS on University of California Office of the President's website right now. And under this tab, State Governmental Regulations, under legal guidelines for UC participation in ballot campaigns, it says university funds, including university paid time and equipment, may not be lawfully used for campaign purposes in connection with ballot propositions. Do you have any concern that the staff who are being paid to be out there or students being paid to be out there violate this legal guideline at all?
I don't, because I think that they're referring to ballot propositions for the state of California.
Okay.
That's been checked with campus council?
Yeah, so the CEC, this process is not new. This has been on campus for about 30 years, this process of collecting signatures when someone wants to put something on the ballot. It's all been vetted through legal counsel, the office of the president. So yeah, I'm not gonna think about that.
Harder?
No, I was going to clarify that that's not campus elections. What Senator Lucan's referring to on the president's website is in regards to statewide federal elections. As to my knowledge, and I think we just corroborated that.
On the question of the student staff who are out there campaigning, and most of us campaign at some point to be here, so I think we're aware that you change your pitch every now and then. You try one thing, doesn't work, you adapt. But I think it matters in a slightly more explicit way when you have to explain what's on the, vote for me is pretty clear.
Yeah.
But here's what these 18 proposals are. I'm wondering whether there's a set template of what is being asked of students, what this means for them, and especially, we've heard reports of things like this will shift student fees or this will change student fees. Has there been direction from the committee which is planning this petition to explicitly state to students that this means paying more than would previously have been the case because of the inflation pressures and all the rest of it?
Yeah, I mean, two things. One, there is, a script that is provided to everyone to try and give them some guidelines so that, people are consistently having a similar message. But also the petition does lay out and has an expandable table where students can see what the increases would be, right? We've also sent 2 emails, centrally about this to explain to students, what the issues are and what this would mean. A catch-up to inflation is definitely an increase in the fee, for sure, right? By signing the petition, though, you are not voting yes or no on that. All you're saying is, I approve putting this on the ballot for students to vote on. So it's not a vote to increase your fees just to put it on the ballot. You then have the voting authority, and once you vote in the spring election, should there be enough signatures collected.
Any other questions on this? Yeah, thank you, and I would really appreciate if that could be maybe included in the CEC guidelines or even in its governing code in future terms. I think it's good to sort of match up the code there with what Elections Board does in this process. And if you don't mind, I had another question about, and something that I would really want the Senate to be aware of, something that involves many of the themes that we've been talking about this term, is that of the AS Bike Shop, trying to distinguish the two names, Bike Shop construction lock-in fee. So the bike shop receives a set amount that it has for a very long time. I'm not quite, maybe from '06, Sean.
The increase, sorry, got me mid-bite.
Sorry.
The increase is from '06, but it's not exclusively just for construction of the new bus.
Yes.
Partially, but yes, '06 is when that passed.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. So there was, yeah, the base fee for the bike shop is one thing, and then there was one specifically for the construction of the new bike shop. And from my conversations with relevant staff, my understanding was that when the construction was to be completed, that fee would simply go away through one mechanism or another, be it through the entity itself, or through the chancellor, or maybe some mechanism in the association. And through, I've checked some documentation, it seems like that will not necessarily be the case. And just to put it in front of everyone, my understanding, again, is that there's a lock-in already in place to maintain the function of the bike shop. And there's of course the revenue that the bike shop generates. It's one of the best places on campus. I hope they keep generating much revenue, to be clear here. And then there's an additional lock-in that was specifically for its construction. As a student, I would very much request its removal through one mechanism or another, because the bike shop has been constructed.
Yeah.
And it seems like there might be some other means to which it's put, such as salaries and all the rest of it, but you know, we try to follow, and UCOP cares about this as well very intensely, to follow the letter with the language as it appears on the ballot. So where is that at currently?
So that is a fee through Associated Students. So I don't really have as much say in that, because that is your association. But I would encourage you to review the ballot language and review what that money is currently being used for. Make sure that it is lining up, right? That's what I would encourage any student to do if you're looking into how a student fee is being paid, and you have the right to know that because you're the ones paying it. You know, there are mechanisms, right? Like I mentioned, I think the last time that I was here for the association, to say we would like to discontinue one of our association fees, right? And that just requires approval from the chancellor. I would encourage you though to talk to the bike shop staff. I think that's important to understand from them how they're utilizing that money, what plans they might have for that money. And then if you feel that that's in line with what, you know, was approved by voters and, you know, where the association wants to go, right? Because, ultimately that really is your choice. But, you know, I think you wouldn't want to do it without consulting, just so that there's not some unintended harm, right? Like, I don't have the knowledge of the ins and outs of the bike shop budget, but I want to check that out before just making a blanket, like, okay, we're sending this to the chancellor for a cancellation, right? Just make sure that you know what the outcome would be if that were what you were gonna do.
Appreciate that. Okay.
Two quick questions. For my own clarification, can you kind of elaborate what the return to financial aid is? Just because I don't remember.
Yeah, thanks for asking. Yeah. So beginning in 2006, the Office of the President, and around that time is when student fees, lock-in fees were increasing on many campuses. Like, you know, there were more and more that were being passed by students. And so that increases the overall cost of attendance, right? And so what they said is, you know what, we're gonna require now that if you pass these fees, you need to include a 25% return to aid provision. So in addition to what you want to go to that program, there's gonna be an additional, you know, 25% of the total fee charged that will go back to the financial aid office so that it can cover the cost of those fees for high need students, right? For those who qualify for financial aid. So prior to that, student fees either weren't covered or the financial aid office had to try and find if they had, sometimes they had scholarship funds or something else, leftover funds that they could use to try and fund that for students, but it was no guarantee that they could. So back in 2006, students were like, oh my gosh, that's a lot to add to our fees. We don't want you to go back. Like, we already have a, ballot language that is a contract with students. We think any, addition of return to aid really does require a vote. And so the agreement was that moving forward, it would be included in the vote, right? So, so there would be no way that students could pass the fee without it, but if they didn't want to pay it, then they shouldn't pass the fee, right? So, so that money goes directly back to financial aid, and then once financial aid receives it, they redistribute it back to students based on need. So every dollar into return to aid is a dollar back to students, but it is community-based. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
So,
This is more internally for associated students, but what we're seeing is a lot of our funds being spent on the student body. Whereas, as I said last time, when you were here, cost of things continue to go up, and we're not returning that product. So do you have any recommendations on how we utilize those unspent funds, or how we reorganize those funds that are not being returned to the student audience, especially such desperate times, if this initiative does pass, where they're going to see even larger increase in their fees?
Well, two things. One, if this initiative goes on the ballot, students will be voting for all of those 18 fees individually, right? So we don't actually know how big the increases may be, because it depends on what students vote yes on. They could pass none of them, right? This could make the ballot, and there could be $0 change in fee if all of them fail, right? That's certainly a possibility. Or students could pass all of them, or they could pass some of them. So we don't really know exactly what the outcome will be. In terms of unspent funds that you all have in your association, I really do think that is a responsibility of you as student leaders to look into that and say, okay, why are they not being spent? Sometimes it's that the board doesn't exist, right? Nobody wants to step forward and be the board member who could approve those expenses. Okay, that's a problem, right? If you're collecting fees and there's no way to spend it. Sometimes the needs have just changed, right? So, really looking into that and figuring out what is still important, and maybe what has a significant rollover. The other thing I mentioned to you all, I think a few weeks ago when I was here, is that you can always do a pause, right? If you are worried about, if we end this fee, it's gone forever, we don't know if we'd ever be able to get it back. Totally understand that. You could request a pause and say, you know what we want to put in place is a pause on this particular fee until it is spent down to at least, only X amount of rollover. A little bit of rollover is okay, right? Sometimes you need to save a little bit of money for projects or various things, but a lot of rollover, not so good, right? And it also makes the association look bad, right? It looks like you're not managing your money correctly. It looks like you're taking students' money and then not doing anything with it. So I really would encourage you to think about that and see what you can figure out with those fees.
Thank you, Associate Vice Chancellor.
Dr. Stephen Deja.
Yeah, just to add to that a little bit, or just like simply provide a solution. I think it all begins with taking Senate liaison trips really seriously. I think it was a situation with my senator where he felt that he didn't have the power to walk into subcommittees, but the reality is this is the top of the table. This is where it all starts. So you guys go to every single BCU, keep track of every single BCU's funding, spread it out, divide it properly, assign people properly, and get in there. Because the thing is,
Roxy, do you
we're
have a
gonna walk
question?
in. Oh, sorry.
You have a question for the Associate Vice Chancellor?
Oh, no.
This is a discussion.
Just a discussion. Sorry.
We can
My bad.
discuss.
Oh, we can
That's
discuss later. Sorry. I didn't waste your time. Just thought it was relevant currently. But I think that's a solution that is real.
Waidla?
Yeah, thank you again for coming. I had a bit of a touch on to that we were discussing about when it comes to just like on particular models when it comes to seeing how we're equitably using our funds. If you could just maybe just extend a little bit of knowledge, just in case maybe collectively some of the other senators might be interested to know. It could probably be also explanatory to find out, but could you maybe expand on some of the information you mentioned about just how to quote unquote just pause, I guess, student fees or pause all fees, how to maybe more in detail how that particular process goes, just in case, as you mentioned about. It's true, I agree, it is a responsibility of the Senate body to kind of oversee particular funds, and we are currently going through a particular process to do so, but it would be nice to know just more in detail how that process might go, just to keep in.
Yeah. So there's a little bit of precedent for it through the Graduate Student Association, because they've done this once or twice over their history. So, you know, and it really is an association decision, right? Because you have to figure out how much rollover you're actually comfortable with, right? And this is also, I was mentioning about the bike shop, you want to make sure that you're speaking to the staff and the students who run these programs, right? To make sure that like they're not saving up for some big thing that's like they're going to spend all this money next year type of thing. But if you determine, you know what, this is so well funded that we think we probably have at least 3 years worth of funding, so we want to pause it for 3 years, let's say. Really, the process is simply a notice to the chancellor asking for his approval to pause the fee and saying, you know, we want it paused for, I would always recommend a length of time, because future senators can renew that if there's still money there. But if you just leave it paused forever, then you gotta probably go back to a ballot to get it going again. So I would recommend a specific length of time. Thank you.
So, Carter.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Perkins, for coming and clarifying our questions, answering our questions. I had a question for you. It's a little bit unrelated, maybe. I'm not sure exactly where you stand, but I need to know if you are affiliated in any way with the Academic Senate. Not at all.
No, academic side of the house is a very separate, separate piece of the university from student affairs.
I understand. Then I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
I had a quick question. Just to clarify, if we wanted to just decrease the fee instead of like stop it, that's also an option. Is it similar process or?
Decreasing a fee, technically, it's supposed to go to a ballot.
Okay.
So really, the pause is like just a pause, right? And then when it comes back, it's going to be the same amount, right? Whereas a decrease, you're changing the course of that forever. So that's supposed to go to student vote.
Sorry, if you follow up,
Could you be recognized?
oh my.
And when it's speaker's floor, it's the speaker's floor. And Deja.
Sorry, just to follow up. So could we pause that for supposedly like a quarter instead of an entire school year?
So you could.
Okay, I think that's all. So Sebastian, thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. Any other chancellors, representatives present? We should join them, honestly. Is there a UCPB representative present? GSA representative or Youth and Governance Board representative? IVCSD representative? Cool. Do we have any consent to move to section D public forum? Consent. Seeing none. 4 minutes. Is there anyone here for public forum? Yeah, please. You have 3 minutes to speak with 3 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate, refrain from yelling. Speculation or centers intentions is prohibited and may result in your being removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please know this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue rather, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it be graphic. You may only come up once and you may choose not to answer any questions. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Lovely, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, awesome. Hi all, I'm Alex, he, him. I'm here with CalPERG. I'm a board member. I'm also coordinating our Oceans campaign. And I'm here to just give some updates. Last 2 times I was here, I talked about our work on textbook affordability, also our campaign to expand marine protected areas off California's coast, and then also our pledge drive, which is the reason that I'm here to give a little bit of update. In our decades of being on college campuses, the main thing that gives us power is the students, and specifically the pledges that we get from students. We have over 30,000 members across the UC system that pledge a $10 activities fee. That gives us training, resources, every single year, we must maintain 15% of the student body as being pledged in order to actually be on our campuses. So we run pledge drives every single quarter. And it's our biggest grassroots push. Apart from the actual money, though, it just is a great opportunity to educate students, let them know about what's going on important issues, give them updates, how to actually get involved and help out. Winter quarter tends to be our biggest drive. And we're right in the middle of one right now. It's 2 weeks long. We just finished last week. And so far we've had 733 students actually pledge CalPERG. We've had 126 people say that we're down to come to the May 5th hearing, which is where they're deciding whether to expand or reduce the marine protected area protections. And then we've also so far educated 2,639 students. The pledge drive, super important, just because, you know, actually being able to say we're completely student run, student funded, gives us that flexibility to work on campaigns that actually matter without having to worry about, you know, strings attached to our funding. Yeah, that's about all I got for you guys today.
If there's any questions. Thank you for the consistency. I appreciate it. Anyone else here for public forum? Okay. Thanks, Alex. Do we have any answers to move to section I3 unit reports? Are there any unit reports? Okay, President's Cabinet reports. Executive Director's report. I realize the reports being agreements for units, not for you, so.
What was that?
The agreement I keep asking you.
Yeah.
It's not for you, it's for
I know,
units,
but
so
it'd be
you're,
nice that you recognize me.
yeah. Would you like?
No, it's
Just kidding. You got 10 minutes.
Thank you. Let's see, related to the world of finances, there's gonna be a form that comes out probably tomorrow to everyone to get you into the new Microi financial system so that you can do anything in there and eventually become authorized signers and all that good stuff. That form has been finalized. I think everyone signed off on it tonight. So I think tomorrow, Vincent or someone from the FinOps team will send out an email. And please fill that out as quickly as you can. Let's see. Oh, we saved some money. Speaking of money, we saved some money by reducing our storage, off-campus storage needs. We went out there to off-campus on Hollister and found that we had like six storage units or something like that for a lot of things, and we didn't need most of them. I think we have 2 now. So, and I don't know if anyone knows how storage units work, but they're like, hey, it's going to be $200 a month. And it's like, oh, that's a lot, but like that's not too bad for how big it is. And then once you're in there, they increase it a little bit, like every single month until it's $1,000, and you're just like, well, what am I going to do with it? So that's where we're at with those. Elections wise, I go to elections board as one of their advisors. They have a party system that has come back due to the constitutional amendment from the last election that passed. So parties are back. The benefit of, I think I've mentioned this before, but the benefit of parties generally increase turnout because more people run for office and those people go out and tell their friends to vote. So there's like deadline, I think, next week for declaration of parties. I've had some interest in maybe having a plebiscite on the ballot. Someone has come to me to ask about that. I didn't even know this word until several years ago. But essentially, a plebiscite, which is also really fun to say, I encourage you, is just a non-binding thing on the ballot. That's it. It's not a fee, it's not a candidate, it is a question. Right? We're going to ask a question of you, hey, students, do you like cats or dogs better? Right? That kind of thing. That is a plebiscite that can go on the ballot. We haven't had one in a very long time, but that's something that can happen. The alternative is we've also had groups sponsor a survey that's at the end of the ballot. So after you vote, like there's a link to something to see how people are doing on a specific issue. I can get into the bike shop and those issues that people want. Just ask me. I have like a full paragraph here, but if not, I can move on. Speaking of student fees, there's some stuff that maybe is more appropriate for a closed session and talk about the fees that are on our fees that I think maybe isn't something we talk about out in the open. and then space. So the admin office, the main office, the ED's office are all in process for being revamped in some way. And the KCSB, I don't know how many people are aware, but KCSB needs to move out of their location along with the Nexus. And it's a sooner rather than later situation. So we are looking into, we have a location that's probably going to be where they're going to be, but it's a matter of divvying up building space and things like that. And we have no idea to preempt how long it'll be. My estimation is, you know, in the years and not in the months, but that's just a guess. So, and this is because of the Stork Plaza communication buildings are just in a state of, relative disrepair. They need some upgrades and they haven't been upgraded in a very long time. And Stork Tower definitely needs some TLC. Anyone who's passed by it lately. So the new chancellor agrees and wants to do something about that. So in the very near future, there'll be some construction on Stork Tower. So also don't know when that will start. And then the last thing is just always hard to know how to respond to some things when you have partial information. But with retreats, I think I've said this maybe to the previous Senate, but with regards to anyone who comes to ask you or Finance Committee about a retreat, to ask as many questions as you can, because a retreat cannot simply be a social gathering, right? Bonding is not an adequate reason for a retreat, right? Because then it's just you and your friends out having fun. There has to be an agenda, there has to be things discussed, there has to be minutes afterwards, there has to be an educational value. That's like not just us, that's like UCOP policy, right? That's not just our internal things. So just know that, because we've had groups in the past that have bypassed that. And even if people are approved funding, if you know it violates those things, you might not be reimbursed. So I just want to put that out there, like that it has to have education value. It has to be basically a meeting that isn't your normal meeting space. Then there can be bonding stuff as part of it, but it can't be the only reason. Like it can't be, we went to Magic Mountain. Okay, and like, no, we just went to Magic Mountain. Like that's not a valid retreat. So I just wanted to explicitly say that so that everyone here hears that, and you can spread that to groups that might come ask for funds related to things. So just ask, especially if it's retreats, if they need an exception for retreat travel, ask as many questions as you can. Who is going on it? How did you choose who's going on it? Like, what are the educational value of this thing? That kind of. Just looking for responsible use of student fees here.
Nature?
I had a question pertaining to the retreat situation. So sometimes we come upon a situation where we have retreats that are religious in basis. The kind of the issue that we find there is in some ways you could command that as to be like under the guise of like religious studies as a whole. But the question for us begins like, where's that differentiation between like something that you could constitute as like a religious retreat that is still like educational in manner?
I have to look into it a little bit deeper, but it feels like there's a lot of inherent educational value wrapped up in those kind of retreats.
Okay.
So, I mean, this was, my example was more groups seeing a retreat as a like reward.
Yes.
Go out and do a thing, which I get, but like trying to get away from that and go towards the, like, it's a meeting that's elsewhere. But I can look into it a little bit further. I know for Finance Committee.
Yeah.
To look into if there's something explicit about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make a note.
And then, sorry, just another.
Nature.
So just another like kind of side thing to that. So then how does it go about the same kind of thing with like cultural groups on the other hand? Like if we're considering like the religious things to have inherent like religious value, then we also have majors on campus that are surrounded around like cultural studies and things like that. So when cultural groups on the other hand go on like retreats together, how do we differentiate like kind of that as well?
Are you talking about like RCOs?
Yes, like RCOs, yes. Like let's say, can I give an
That's the
example?
question.
Well, I mean, the RCOs, it's a little bit different. Like mostly I was mainly talking about the AS groups, and I think Holly has maybe some insight here on that.
Okay.
She raised her hand.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Yeah, so what I'm hearing also is that there is a differentiation between an event and a retreat. So of course, there can be cultural-based or religion-based RCOs or even AS groups that host events, and generally the contingency, right, is that those are open to anyone. And they can be focused on, the cultural experience or the religious experience, and that has been fine as long as it's funded or it is open to all attendees. But what we are sharing is that for retreats specifically, which retreats are limited to the members of the board. So we wouldn't fund a retreat for an RCO. We would primarily fund that for our AS groups. Because we just aren't involved in the funding of like leadership development for RCOs like we are for our AS groups. And so the difference between an event and a retreat is that a retreat is going to be closed to the board only. And really, even end of year retreats, like it could be appropriate even for like an end of year reflection. So at the end of the year, if you want to sit through and review your budget for the year, if you want to talk about the goals that you achieve throughout the year, writing transition reports, you want to have dinner at a location that's nice. Like those are all appropriate, but it really is that as Sean is saying, there's an educational purpose behind it. And that it's not a social purpose. So it's fine if there are people that like share a background, share an identity, share an experience, and they happen to be together, but like the purpose, right, of the retreat isn't based on that necessarily. It's based on the work of the committee. So for events, it's going to be totally different, right? It's going to be about outreach or education or advocacy, but a retreat really is specifically for our AS boards for their work, right? So think about Senate retreats, right? You all take a retreat to do a training. We can do something at the end of the year where everyone has dinner. You kind of go over your transition reports. That's totally fine. But there's like a work purpose to it. So we don't like to be the fun police. I really don't like to micromanage what anyone's doing. Trust me. We don't love it. We'd love for you all to have fun. But the UC policy is pretty strict about social gathering. So really and we can help you if you have ideas for retreats that you want to go on, and we can help kind of shape that programming for you if you want to be sure that what you're doing is compliant with policy. And we're not saying like don't have any fun, it needs to be terrible, but that it's education driven. That's all. So it's not, I guess what I'm trying to say is that really the driver isn't going to be whether or not groups that focus on cultural programming or religious programming, if there is an exception for that, because really, regardless of the focus and identity makeup of the group, there is always an education purpose, right? Whether that's advocacy on behalf of the group, whether that's education, whether that's the cultural experience, but all of that is kind of the mission of the group. So as long as it is founded in that and how that is carried, then it's not going to matter necessarily if it's one particular advocacy or a religious group. Like that will be secondary to the primary goal.
Any other questions? Oh no.
Hey Sean, thanks for coming in. Is Stork Tower like seismically stable?
So yeah, if Stork Tower was a problem, they
Yeah.
would have red flagged, tagged
Okay.
everything underneath it.
Okay, cool.
So none of that has happened.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a preemptive, hey, the tower is in a bad state and hasn't had some care in a while. And we have a new chancellor, and the new chancellor saw the tower and probably is like, that hasn't seen some, work in a while. Let's do this and let's do it quickly, start it quickly, the process. So it's like, I don't believe there's anything to worry about in that regard. I think it's like, hey, there's like little bits that have fallen off over the past many years, and we need to stop that from happening. And this is a big project that needs to happen at some point. Like at some point, like they're gonna need to fix it. And so that just happens to be, oh, it's gonna happen now. And anyone who works underneath it, directly underneath it, needs to, vacate. So like it's not like they're running out of the building right now. Like we're planning it.
Okay.
And we have like
Yeah.
some time, yeah.
Yeah. Anything else? Partner? Maybe last one?
Sean, thanks for the update. I was wondering if you had any info on where Nexus and KCSB and any other entities are gonna be going?
Right.
Or with any info at all on that?
Yeah, so it's just KCSB and the Nexus, because they're the only ones that occupy that building. KCSB has like 60% of it, and the Nexus has, both sides over there. And we're looking at over in Embarcadero, and basically it has to be spaces that student affairs controls. Because we don't, like, we can ask other departments for things, but space is very strictly contained to how. So yeah, we're looking at that, and we're like working with maps to try to see who can fit where. Everyone's gonna have to make compromises. That's the downside. Because KCSB and Nexus both have a fair bit of space. They've been in for 50+ years. And now it's like, you're gonna have to be in this much smaller space for a couple of years because of work on the building.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sean. Appreciate it. Okay, we move on to executive officers report. Leanne, I'm assuming you're good. Welcome in. Great.
A few different things. I'm gonna start with the executive director search committee updates. And then we'll do questions, then I'll move on to the rest of the stuff. So the search committee reviewed 37 applications to the executive director position. And we met together last Friday to discuss them, and we built consensus around the applications, and we decided that there were 12 candidates who we definitely put in the no to the interviews category. There were 18 candidates who fell into a maybe not category. We'll go back and maybe if the ones we do select did not meet our expectations. And we have 7 candidates who we've decided to move forward with a Zoom interview. So we will be conducting these interviews this week and next week. Very exciting. If you would like further information or have questions about the candidates, we can discuss that in closed session. But as for next steps, after the interviews are conducted, we'll be deciding around 2 to 4 candidates to move to campus for a whole day of panels with associated students, staff, student affairs, the whole gist, a whole week, a whole day of it. And yeah, and then just a reminder about confidentiality, if you guys hear rumors about things, and not that there are any that are going around, but if you happen to hear rumors about like people or things, like it's not in the best interest of the association to be spreading those because they're very likely false. So just keeping that in mind. But are there any questions about the committee? Okay, next couple of things. The AS quarterly banquet, I sent out the RSVP this afternoon. That's gonna be 2 weeks from yesterday, so Tuesday, week 6, at 5:30 p.m. Just another like professional development, AS bonding opportunity for everyone. We'll be having a public speaking workshop with Kathy Groover, who has been on Dr. Phil. So strongly encourage you all to make that a priority. There'll be free dinner, of course, and potentially an appearance from the chancellor, still working on that. Administration vincul. So make sure to put that in your calendars, and then also to put the State of the Association in your calendars for Tuesday, week 8. Again, this is mandatory for all senators. I acknowledge that that is during budget hearings. But it is mandatory, so keep that in mind. It's a really great opportunity to hear all about what literally everyone in AS does. So those are my last 2 things. Now I'm gonna move on to the budget request that I presented last week. So I just wanna say thank you to Senator Jang for meeting with me. We had a productive conversation and was able to kind of move some things around in the request. So Holly, could you potentially pull that up again? I can also just bump it to the top of the email.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'll pull.
Thank you. Okay, so as a recap from last week, my office's budget is 27,000. And also just a reminder, I did not make this budget request. It was made like in the previous budget cycle when I was not in office. And also the previous president had requested a higher amount for special projects, which was not ultimately approved. And then the current budget status is we've spent operating, we're all good on honoraria, just because of staff expanding. We need an additional 11,300 for the honoraria account. And then going into special projects. So it was requested that I send more in-depth information about what my office has been up to since summer. So I provided that for you all. It has our expenditures up until now, what they went for, and how many people they served. Some things I'd like to highlight for you all is we held an event in a Halloween cookie decorating event in AS Maine, and that was a really great opportunity for students who didn't know about AS to see like where we work and what we do. There were a lot of freshmen there, so they got really great exposure to AS. Another thing I'll highlight is our collaboration with Ondas for the Real Talk series, which supports first generation students, a weekly event, and we supported their activities and food because they have their programming budget slashed. Some other things, coffee with the president, which is something that I have office hours every other week in the Arbor. I talk to over 100 students, or like around like 80 to 100 students every week. And I tell them about what AS is, and I get a lot of people who are very interested. And then another last thing I want to highlight, from Protect Your Peers Week, our community response training that we held in Corn Pavilion there was over 250 people in attendance. This was a mix of students, faculty, staff, and community members, but it also featured people like Supervisor Capps was in attendance. The Associate Vice Chancellor Perkin was in attendance. ABC Andrade was also in attendance. So it was a very successful event that we're hoping to reproduce in the spring quarter as well. So moving on, also I realized for those Protect Your Peers events, the money might not add up. It's because we split that with the Office of the Student Advocate and the EVPSA. So just there's a note on that. Okay, so the Holly, can you go to the special projects section? Okay, can you go to the next one? Okay, so this is the amount I requested last week, and then after meeting with Jenny, we were able to kind of move some things around. So can you go to the next slide? She helped me find where to move some of these expenditures into MOU requests. Can you go to the next one, Holly? Thank you. So my updated, and then so yeah, essentially my updated request is $15,000 from Senate unallocated. This will support things such as the Mental Health Town Hall, which is a mandated event in my office. It'll also support a lot of collaborations with different groups and another Protect Your Peers rapid response training, and other events that my office would like to hold throughout the year. We were able to find like certain events that we want to hold could come from maybe program board or EAB, and then other ones did not have like such a clear account to come from, because like some of those like mental health events, other groups don't have the budget to just be. working, like they want to collaborate, not just take it all on themselves. Okay, so again, as for the next slide, why? So I believe that my office should be a project forward and outreach and event forward group in addition to my ongoing long-term projects that the office is working on. I believe that my office has shown that it's like spent good use of its money so far. And we want to continue our high productivity for the rest of the year. And then if you go to the next slide, Polly. Last thing I just want to say, and we were just talking about money spent left unspent in the association, and that is something that I do not do. So I have a track record of leading offices to fully utilize budget for impactful events and projects. For instance, 2 years ago in CAUSEWeb, I did a very similar, as chair of CAUSEWeb, I did a very similar request where I requested a sum for special projects, a lump sum like this for the remainder of the year. And we were able to use it all, and it allowed us to do impactful things such as Overdose Prevention Week, which has distributed over 2,000 Narcan kits to students. And then for the following year, Senate approved an additional 20,000 in addition to the law for CAUSEWeb. And that year I chaired CAUSEWeb, and we spent the entirety of that budget on meaningful projects such as fitness classes, overdose prevention, mental health first aid, finals essentials booth, and more. So rest assured, if you guys approve this funding for me, I will make sure it gets used in responsible and meaningful ways. So just a new recap of my funding request. It totals out to on the next slide, it totals out to 11,300 for additional honoraria and 15,000 for special projects for the rest of the year, for a total of 26,000. And thank you.
Lucan?
Well, this is a question out of curiosity, not like trying to direct you in any way, but or like trying to lead you to an answer, that is. But why do you believe that the president's role should be more about projects than about acting as the chief executive officer, if you will, of the association and guiding, overseeing all the initiatives that affect not just the association, but the student body at large with administration and things like this? And secondly, how do you balance those two?
Yes, I'm answering.
Well, I wouldn't say that one comes at the expense of the other. I have an office of almost 20 staff, and they're the ones doing these projects and events, but they're also, I think projects make long-term impacts on campus. For instance, my office is working on a project for, to make the Eternal Flame more like environmentally friendly, or there's also a project going on for the Pardals Light Tunnel. I also think events are just really important to engage with students and to get our name out there as associated students. Like every week when I table, or every other week when I table, I am like allowing students to have FaceTime with their student government, which is something that's constantly brought up as an issue of, I don't know what AS is, I don't know if we had a student government, I didn't know there was a student body president. It's always brought up as an issue, and I feel like events are the #1 way to mitigate that. And then also programming like Protect Your Peers Week has real impacts in the community. And I'll say that I don't believe that that comes at an expense of representing the association outside of campus or like to campus, and then also like leading the association internally. I believe I spend a lot of time doing that. I mean, if we want to talk about representing AS on campus, I sit on the UC Council of Presidents, the Academic Senate Faculty Legislature, the Campus Planning Committee, the Chancellor's Advisory Committee on the Status of Women, the CSB Housing Coalition, the Alumni Board, the Board of Trustees, the Campus Regulations Committee. I was the only Associated Students member at the Chief of Police candidate panels. I sit on the Major Events Committee, and I meet with upper administration on campus very frequently. And then in terms of internal like AS managing, I believe I've done a good job. I've instituted the AS newsletter, the AS Canvas. We have our AS entities contacts and meeting timesheet. I've been running AS quarterlies, AS1. So I would say my time is very well dedicated to those executive powers of the president. And at the same time, I don't see that as being enough for myself, my own expectations for myself and my own expectations for my office.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much, Leanne.
Thank you.
Casey, you can go first. I'll be here forever. Go and introduce yourself and begin.
Yeah, hi Senators, my name is Casey and I'm the Chief of Staff for the Office of the Internal Vice President. And I'm here today to relay some information given to me by Office of Associate Vice Chancellor Willie Brown regarding the university's two-phase on-campus student housing development. Associate Vice Chancellor Brown, who's with the Housing, Dining, and Auxiliary Enterprises Administrative Office, addressed the Senate during fall quarter, at which point he committed to increasing transparency around on-campus housing development. He's extremely busy, and therefore IVP Lala and I have decided to be best that a member of the association attend Senate meetings monthly and deliver updates from Associate Vice Chancellor Brown in his office. I currently serve as the student representative on UCSB Administration's Construction Mitigation Group, which operates under the guidance of ABC Brown. It's composed of 16 university administrators representing offices, including Housing, Dining, and Auxiliary Enterprises, which all henceforth refer to just as HDAE, University and Community Housing Services, as well as other student life-related admin departments. The two student representatives are myself on behalf of Associated Students and the RHA president, Resident Housing Association president. The Construction Mitigation Group oversees these new housing unit projects on campus sponsored by the university, and it works to mitigate disruptions for students during construction. So last Thursday, I attended my first formal meeting with the Construction Mitigation Group, and in response to a few senators' requests for there being a consistent and reliable line of communication from administration to student leadership regarding these housing projects, I'm here today to share these updates on the two phases of the housing project, the former being San Benito and the latter being the East Campus project. So I'll begin by briefly discussing phase one, which is San Benito. It is predicted to add over 3,500 new undergraduate student beds to the campus. It's located in the lot across from the UCPD office and the fire station next to Harder Stadium, which I'm sure everyone, if they've driven on Henry T. Yang Drive, they've been able to see the construction process happening there. So it's obviously currently in the construction phase. It's scheduled to open in the fall of 2027, and it'll provide the campus with apartment configurations, style living, including 4-bedroom units, 2-bedroom units, and studio apartments. It'll be arranged as a series of towers with common areas, so definitely more of an apartment style living, and it'll have a retail dining market similar to Tenaya Market. That's for second, third, and fourth year undergraduate students. Something that might be of interest to student leaders is HDAE is currently scheduling tours of the San Benito apartment mock-ups, which are located near where they did the mock-up of Earth Hall. During February and March of this year, they're going to have various campus partners, staff, and student organizations, including myself and IVP Lala, who are going to visit the mock apartments as well as the construction site. And now for the East Campus project, this is something that's going to obviously impact students much more directly because it's located over by the Channel Island 5 residence halls. It is going to be built on the grounds of the current Santa Rosa Residence Hall, Lot 2, which is the lot in between the Shorty dormitories, and is also going to knock down Ortega and rebuild in that spot there. It's going to add 1,276 new beds to campus, and this doesn't account for the 500 beds that are going to be removed during the demolition of Santa Rosa, and then obviously added to the 1,276 that are being 1,776 beds coming with the East Campus project. So the planning began in spring of 2024 and the Regents just approved the project in November of 2025. And HJE is bringing the project to the Coastal Commission at the earliest in April of 2026. The demolition of Santa Rosa is scheduled to occur during summer of 2026, with construction starting during the fall 2026 quarter. It's scheduled to be completed in time for fall of 2028. There's a lot to note. It's clear that the project will require the most attention from the construction mitigation group, because anyone living in the Channel Island 5 dormitories, anyone who attends classes in the ILP or CCS, as well as individuals working on the construction project in the ILP bike path, and people who eat at DLG or Ortega are going to be directly impacted by the construction. So my main concern when I was talking to HGAU was making sure that they were taking not just staff concerns into account, but also taking students' concerns into account. They seem to be very aware that the project is going to cause significant disruptions. And they claim to have already contacted the administrative staff regarding the disruptions that it's going to cause. They sent them a memo in December that outlined parking and safety concerns, as well as relocation of certain administrative operation offices, which I don't think is of much interest to the student body, but I have the information if anyone needs it. And then one thing that they are relocating that is going to matter for students is they're relocating Ortega to Anacapa Lawn, just for the 2026 through 2027 school year. And it's going to run out of a sort of tent pseudo dining hall situation. And then they're thinking about moving housing, dining, and auxiliary enterprises, which runs like out of the back of DLG sort of, to lot 5, which is by San Nick Residence Hall, and the Coastal Commission is not so fond of that idea. So that's, yeah. So my hope is that having myself and the RHA president on the team is gonna increase their understanding of student opinion, so they can release a similar statement to the student population, especially like the incoming class of, they'll be the class of 2032. So as of now, HDAE has taken Santa Rosa down from the housing website, so future students don't see that as an option for housing. And they're going to be sharing apparently comprehensive information about the East Campus project during open house on April 11th. Some big changes for the incoming class is that they're not going to have the opportunity to self-assign their dorms. As far as I understand, they're going to be able to still pick their roommates, and yes, it'll be roommates plural, because there's going to be heavily tripled rooms because of the removal of 500 beds from Santa Rosa. Particularly the other like Chi 5 dormitories are going to be highly tripled, and less so Santa Catalina, Manzanita, San Raf. And then there are HJEs saying that later in the spring, after housing contracts have come out, they're going to send like an official notice to everyone who got assigned to the Chi 5 buildings, basically explaining the reality of the situation, that they're going to be living in a construction site. So I'm interested to hear what other students have to say about that. They're also giving admissions counselors a lot of information, because apparently more students than ever, prospective students, have been calling the admissions office to ask about student life. And so they're thinking about having the admissions counselors give that information. I'm not sure if I have anything else. If anyone has any questions, I have additional information about like what's happening with staff and like RHA, the resident directors, assistant resident director, et cetera. But yeah, thank you.
Casey, appreciate you being here and the valuable information. Just 2 quick notes. So Casey sits on a mitigation group, which is headed by the Associate Vice Chancellor, and there's a bunch of other stakeholders on there. We're not associated with the office of the Associate Vice Chancellor. We're not like working, obviously completely separate institution. So you're bringing very valuable information, but it's not like representing the ABC in any like concrete capacity, obviously. And I just checked, because I think the initial advertised total bed amount for San Benito was 3,500. And as these things do, they just kind of drop off one advertisement after another. I thought it was 2,500, and the latest thing reports it'll be 2,140, which is 2,140 more than there are currently there. But it's something we want to keep in mind. And keep track of the figures as closely as possible. Does anyone know?
Thanks for coming in. Sounds like next year's gonna be miserable, but not my problem. I'm a fourth year. Anyway, so they're blowing up Ortega? Is that on the book now?
Not blowing it up.
Okay. Well, it's gonna be temporarily relocated
To Anacapa lawn.
so outside, right? Okay, but is that existing space getting demolished and then?
Yeah, so they're demolishing Santa Rosa and Ortega.
Okay,
And using those two spaces, they're building 4 new tower style residence halls.
oh wait, so is Ortega also going to become a residence hall?
It's gonna be resident halls and then the first, it's gonna be, yes, like apartment style residence
Okay.
halls for second, third, and fourth year students. To give them an opportunity to be like in the main part of campus, and then the
Okay.
bottom floor is gonna be Ortega that's open 24 hours.
And expanded, right, offers more
Offers more
options than
office
currently
and 24
illuminating.
rooms for late night study, which they had during COVID, someone said. They had late night like eating times.
Yeah. You already do
Just
this.
on that. So, I guess when I came in, it wasn't quite clear when the campus planning director came in and explained this to us, but so that lot where Ortega is also towers? Cause I thought it was just like the area where Santa Rosa is, like 4 towers there or something.
As far as the information I got in the most recent construction mitigation meeting, I was under the impression that it's like 2 buildings in Santa Rosa space, 1 in lot 2. And then 1 in Ortega's space.
Okay.
But it hasn't been like approved by coastal commission yet, so there's obviously still room for a lot.
Yeah.
So 2 and 1, 2 where Santa Rosa currently is?
Santa Rosa, 1 in lot 2 and 1 on Ortega's property.
Got it. Okay, got it. Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Casey. So the associate vice chancellor, last time he came in, said that this is essentially playing catch up for not building for so many years. So are they discussing what's next after these sites are built? Well, when we're into our midlife crises, but is there next steps after San Benito and South Campus, East Campus? Thank you.
I haven't heard of anything. Right now, they're focusing on San Benito and East Campus. There's been no other plans to build anywhere else.
Just wondering.
Thank you for coming in. If you don't know the exact answers, that's all right, but out of an abundance of curiosity, you know what the plan for when these high rises are going to be finished is?
Yeah, so San Benito, which is the one by UCPD, is gonna be finished for the incoming class starting in 2027 in the fall.
27, wow,
Yes.
no kidding.
And then East Campus should be finished for the class of 2032 that comes in fall of 28.
And do you know how big these buildings are gonna be, faculty wise, floor wise?
I just know that I have the numbers that I was given. Henry had some different numbers just now. It's supposed to add 3,500 beds with between the 2 projects. And the San Benito is supposed to be 2,224. So the remainder would be this East Campus project. Couple hundred.
Okay, thank you.
So San Benito would be 708,000 square feet, if that means anything to you. Wait, look.
Yes. Also, okay, thank you again, Casey, for coming here today also. I believe you already briefly touched about it in particular. It's also just for the sake of curiosity about that statement. I think that Senator no also touched a bit on it, but tying back in particular to what you mentioned about the pop-ups for the temporary space of the Ortega in particular, can you expand if you have any knowledge about it further of like pertaining towards maybe of the potential health concerns or particular concerns that comes of maybe making a pop-up potential space instead of a permanent, I feel like, enclosure when it comes to creating, I feel like, food equitable needs, and have they discussed about that or you have any knowledge about that, I think?
I definitely have limited knowledge about that. I know as someone personally who has like a severe food allergy, I definitely brought up the concern of having like cross-contamination, especially having it be in open air. Flour, I have celiac disease, so flour flying everywhere was concerning me. And they said they're going to do their best to take those necessary precautions, but I actually don't have any like details. But I'm concerned about it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Senator Shurkin?
Yeah. Hi, Casey. Good to see you. I was just wondering from like an AS perspective, do you think it would be helpful to provide like accurate messaging to students about this process coming up? Because I know like people are applying for housing. Well, I think that period actually just closed, but you know, in the dorms, maybe we could have some messaging about what this is going to look like because the dorm process is going to look different coming soon. Maybe that can just be like infographics or stuff like that. I just think I know we've talked about this a little bit, but now that you have a little bit more information, do you think from our end, like we could be helpful in providing messaging about this process? Because I understand, you know, as an incoming student, it might be really confusing. And if you're already in the dorms and you're trying to apply for housing again, it can also be confusing.
Yes, so I know that they are making like exceptions for current first year students who are going to be second years who are continuing to do university housing contracts. In that they're allowing, normally second years aren't allowed to sign on for apartment style living. But they're going to be allowed to do that next year. Around 300 to 400 of them are going to be allowed to sign on to deal leases with the apartments, the off-campus, but campus-owned apartments. As far as providing information to current first years, I do believe the housing reapplication has closed. And I'm really not sure how much information that HDAE wants to give to the general student population at this point. They are releasing info about San Benito the day after the Super Bowl. And then they're saying that they're going to start releasing information about East Campus in spring. But as of right now, because they haven't gotten approval from the Coastal Commission, they're waiting on the side of caution.
Did you have a question? Anything else? Cool. Thank you so much. I mean, this remains a work in progress, but thank you for representing student voices on it. Yield chairship to Senator Sussman so I can briefly stand up. You accept?
Do you know the speaking agreements?
Yes.
Yeah, you have the floor.
Appreciate it. Okay, so I was gonna speak on the conversation with the chancellor and the petition thing, but we spoke about the petition thing. So I'll stick to the chancellor conversation. So the main reason was something that the AS representative to the Student Fee Advisory Committee, which I appoint, his name is Tyler, he's been here before, and has spoken about, and it's the push to secure voting rights on the Student Fee Advisory Commission, which I'll call SFAC from now on, for both our undergraduate association and the Graduate Students Association, which is currently not the case, in complete divergence from most other UC campuses. At UCLA, if I'm not mistaken, for example, the undergraduate student government appoints all of the undergraduate representatives, whereas we just have someone sit there. And in previous years, it's been completely underutilized because there's no incentive to be present if you do not vote. We also have the really unique structure of there being 2 faculty and 2 staff members who are voting members, and the undergraduate and graduate student association representatives are not. So we had some initial conversations with the co-chairs and some members of the commission on this throughout the term. They had some logistical issues, which we completely believe are solvable, and it imposes no other, no financial burden whatsoever on the community because these are positions which are paid for by, in our case, it's a position paid for by AS, and for the Graduate Student Association, it would be an already elected position, most likely. So we spoke to the chancellor about it because it's the advisory part. It advises the chancellor, and the chancellor can revise the charter of SFAC whenever he so pleases, within reason. And through the, invaluable help of the Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, Mike Miller, who has really stepped in for any major project students have brought to him this term. And I really want to shout him out whenever I can on that. We got to meet with the chancellor, present this as what it is, as an issue of fairness, of representation, and of democratic legitimacy, because as it stands, the committee selects who's on the committee and it perpetuates on and on with some kind of rubber stamping by the chancellor. But obviously having it be elected representatives who decide some of the voting representations for both the undergraduate and graduate level is extremely important to us. So that's one part of it. I would love to answer any questions on that. Secondly, the chancellor is concerned about, this is something I'm not intimately familiar with, but to bring out there, especially for seniors, he is interested in bringing a sort of a whole campus commencement ceremony at the chemistry lawn, if I'm not mistaken, which is probably the broadest space available. So you keep your own colleges or departments graduation, and there's also a commencement ceremony for everyone there, and they need to determine some details on that. Myself and the other executives will be meeting with the chancellor on Monday to hear his proposal and give our thoughts. Personally, I think it's pretty cool, but I would love to hear your thoughts on it so I can report to him, especially if you're a senior. And the two other ones are sort of big picture and long term, but some things I really, really want you to keep in mind if you're not graduating and if you will remain in this exhausting but invaluable work of student leadership. The first is something that most students missed in the announcement of, the purchase of a new house for the chancellor, which people were understandably not the most thrilled about. But one aspect in there was that in the current, what's called the Centennial House, which celebrated the founding of the UC system, and it was built in the 60s as the chancellor's residence. And as you might know, it's right across from, it's Santa Cruz, right across from Santa Cruz Hall, right by Campus Point. So in short, just prime real estate on campus where you can get to classes in a matter of minutes. You can get to the beach in a matter of minutes. And obviously it's just one story, which was being used by a couple for the last 60 years or so. In that message, it was indicated that the plan of the campus is to develop this into student housing going forward. And this is something that we don't want to just remain as messaging that was once out there and the students forgot about. If there's anything to dedicate your advocacy efforts to in the next 3 or 4 years, as I see it, what better thing than this, than providing dense housing on campus, and directing students away from the vultures in Isla Vista towards something that will actually care about their well-being whatsoever. So I'd love to engage in conversations about that. Of course, this remains in the grand scheme, and the chancellor was receptive to this, which was really great news. He did mention that the Save Nito project is running like 1.2 billion to construct because it's a pretty major project. So of course, it's going to take a while to look past that and onto the next step when it's that expensive. But the more student pressure, the better, trust me. And the second is something I've been discussing with VCSA Miller a lot, and we also brought up to the chancellor, is this idea of an SRB 2.0. So the SRB is pretty cool, provides a lot of services, but there are quite a few entities on campus which their ceilings are unfortunately either collapsing or on the brink of it, or having significant issues in one way or another. One of them is building, is it 464, Sean, where AS Annex is located? 434. Thank you. 434, which we have, AS entities serving in there, which are dilapidated. They're not doing well, to put it shortly. And that's a site, and I also believe there are some other ones closer, like right at the center of campus, which can be removed in the short term and be replaced by something like a 6, 7, or 8-story building, which houses what is already existing in there. They will be in the same space and also provides space for all the facilities, the regular student departments which need to be there. And also something that I've spoken extensively to Senators Lucan and Sussman about, and I believe Senator Harder as well, is this idea of providing a space on campus for RCOs to hold on a consistent basis. So I know there are many which would really benefit from a location on campus. So I was part of a philosophy debate team for much of my time here, and we just happened to use the room that the philosophy department owns, like just completely, just got lucky basically. And that allowed us to achieve success that we otherwise would not have had access to whatsoever, especially if you're in engineering or anything physical. There are people doing literal rocket science on this campus, and they're doing it in some dude's living room because there's nowhere else to do it. And that's a hazard in more ways than one. So I think that's something worth investing in, and there are significant funds. We're not the only entity accruing rollover on this campus, basically. And a part of the SBAC conversation was not only our voting rights, but also expanding the portfolio that SBAC can act on. It's only about 300,000 of several million in rollover. I'm forgetting the exact figure, but that could be expanded and that could be put into one major capital project, namely this, to provide more space to campus departments and hopefully also RCOs. And if you just chance upon the chancellor at some point, I would appreciate you putting your voice in and saying that this is something we want to invest in And this would also be great for the chancellor's introduction to campus, like first year, we got this really major project going, so. Yeah, those are the major things, maybe not the most immediately actionable, but I think we should invest more and more of our time on the big picture, long-term things that our terms will be remembered for. So thank you for your attention. I'd love to answer any questions.
Senator Wheeler.
Yeah, just thank you again, just Ivy Kulala for mentioning about those particular projects. I agree, extensive space is much necessary, just from all the previous reports that were communicated about instead. I just want to hear, because you touched a little bit particularly about mentioning about the reconstruction about some particular entities and spaces into just removal into particular reconstruction towards them. Based on your current particular progress in your timeline to these said projects you mentioned about, have you status on the particular, have you communicated to said entities yet, or have you kind of been in the communication of collaboration yet, or mutualism when it comes to finding a middle ground with these said entities?
Yeah, so this remains a very much like I think it was a John Lennon stage, like we're imagining and dreaming, Phil. This is not something immediately actionable. The closest thing to it is for 434. You know, the people who are currently working in there are much more aware of how untenable their working situation is than we are. So I don't think they would be. I mean, obviously the relocation process is immensely difficult. But it's not like they're not aware of this. On the other site, there has been no communication so far, but I think the thing to invest in, it's somewhat analogous to the bike project, right? If we want to get the conversation going first, we want to get student consensus behind it, and then invest in some plans, invest in, you know, the motion for the funding passing or whatever. And AS could have some role in that. So limited communication, I'll expand that as far as I can until mid-May, the end of my term, and then I'm out here. Bernardo?
Yeah, so
Yeah, Senator Harder.
So President Metzger appointed me to the campus building committee. So I'm on that committee, right?
Nice.
Yeah, so basically the way it works, long story short, is we need to come with a proposal and we need to express interest, and we probably have to, if it's something that AS is actually concerned with, then we are gonna have to be the ones to probably fund that proposal. So that's the way it works, that's the very, very long story short, but if that's something that you guys are interested in, which I obviously am because I'm on the committee and I've been bringing this up, that's what we have to do basically, is if we're very interested in this, not just, like that is an action item essentially. So that's something we can discuss soon.
Yeah, I remember we had some very similar ideas on what could be done at the center of campus, which I'm really encouraged by that you're sitting on there. And I mean, Sean, if you could fill in the year this happened, but the SRB is a recent development, like it was not there long ago. 15?
Was that, I think 14.
Oh, yeah.
10 is when it came.
Yeah.
I was gonna say 2009 or 2010.
And it was led by the campus administration primarily, yeah, so they do have some funds. I think absolutely, yes, should have a stake in it, maybe even control part of it, like you build an apartment building and you own certain sections of it. And you maybe loan out to RCOs or maybe certain entities where you need that extra space. I would slightly disagree in that it needs to be just us. I think the best way to sort of supplement the cooperation we've built with campus administration this term, especially with the VCSA, is to have something concrete that we've tackled together. This would be just an amazing channel for that cooperation, but I agree that we should be a major part of the development and the funding.
Would you, I actually had received like feedbacks from RCOs regarding like storage space, particularly if you consider like AS fund a lot of like non-perishable goods to like RCOs. When they want to return to AS, they literally have nowhere to return. So it's kind of just throwing away money for that. And I've been brought up by one of the staff member and mentioning that we do have like a regular like school, like I'm totally on board with the idea of like expanding spaces and renting out and everything, but that's gonna take way longer and probably we're not gonna see it at all. But I did get information on there. Do you guys know about the red house that was in the bus loop that was like really big and nobody really knows what it's for? Apparently.
Jim?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about, yes.
Okay, I don't think they're a gym unless I'm mistaken, but my information
told me that it's basically a storage space for campus whenever they're doing like re-innovation or like decoration or whatever of the buildings, and then to move all those things to the storage space. So I'm wondering if it's possible that you propose to the chancellor that potentially when it's empty, that it can make us to use it tentatively, since it's already there. It's pretty like empty most of the time, unless like there's campus like going around and stuff.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Okay.
That's a really good idea. Thank you.
Senator Lucan?
Thank you for your presentation. Alongside building new spaces for things like RCOs and existing entities, what do you think of including in these new spaces, or alternatively finding existing spaces to create for the association enterprise units, if essentially business units that can generate revenue for the association?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the most important concerns that we have in association. As you know, this is not something I've been the most invested in or know the most about, but I know it's something Sean has been thinking about and working towards for years. I mean, the addition of new spaces could make that much easier to operate. I know we've also talked about maybe bringing in certain vendors on campus, which is difficult because you don't want to compete with the few who are already here, but yeah, sorry, what was like the concrete end of your question? Like,
Just like curious, as someone who's been in the association a while,
sure.
and what your I don't know, what your thoughts on that would be, or is there a necessity for that, or is it more of kind of a hope and dream for us?
Big time. I mean, if we want to remain solvent, we want to remain feasible and not charging students more and more, or even decreasing some of what we charge students, then that's absolutely the most reliable way. It's the most basic economics around. Yeah. So, if I could add, sorry.
Dumb question.
Senator Zhang?
Totally such thing. But you know what? Actually, it's not that important. It's fine. Never mind. It's okay.
System. One brief last statement. I notice, and it's totally fine, that most of the questions, most of the discussion is on the spaces, and I completely get that. It's more actionable. It's something we interact with more. But again, I want to encourage everyone to be involved as much as possible in the housing advocacy stuff. I know it feels really big picture and like, what can I as a student nudge towards this? But I was doing this kind of stuff as a freshman, and you see like direct impacts the moment just a single student steps in. So if you organize and you care about the housing stuff, you make that clear, trust me, it pays off. And I think we want to move on this as quickly as possible. Like, go to the chance, I would be down for it to be called a Sonras Residence Hall if they build in the next 2 years. Like, we really want to put the incentive behind it as much as possible, and it's something we should have done. So thank you very much for your time.
John?
Thank you for your comments. And one thing about seemingly empty space is that even if a space is temporarily empty, some department controls that and will like swoop down to protect it with their phone. So the Red Barn, for example, has historically in the past 10, 15 years, maybe like art studio space.
Yeah.
So there's art students and things in there. But they also store stuff in there too. And there was in 434 storage that was used for when they redid the library. So it was like, oh, maybe we can get this space because it's just a bunch of like bookshelves and things. And I lobbied to it, and Letters and Science said no, and kicked us out of that. So we've tried, but like keep trying, because the university owns so much land and property, and the West Campus and everything over there, and they like there's a lot of things that they're in control of that maybe are being underutilized. So yeah, keep going.
Field Church.
Appreciate that. No, yeah, West Campus is a big unexplored frontier. Okay, no more execs. Senator representative reports. Administrative reports. OAG.
Hello, I am the OAG entirely. I am the entire office. Just kidding, just joke.
You just said hello.
Oh, I heard OAG. Okay, my bad.
You've heard this thing already. I said OG, yeah, that's true.
OG.
That's not true.
GMGOAT, okay.
Anyway.
Totally losing it. Okay.
Good to go? Right. So I see that this is the agenda of constitutional amendments. So I'd just like to remind you all that that's a 2/3 majority or 2/3 vote from you all. So if that is to go through whenever, I believe you guys are gonna table it before. But just to keep that in mind. I would like to remind you all to read the enacting clauses, and how we had a conversation as in, sorry, let me remove it. As how the legislative body had a conversation about presiding versus the president of the Senate. So just keep that in mind and kind of refresh your memories on what that means. So that's that. Number 2 is an agenda item. There is no access to Sussman's ability to update elections code to meet elections board requests. So in the interest of transparency, I recommend that you guys table that to next week because well, none of you have been able to see any of that. So I don't know how you would make a decision on tabling it if you haven't been able to read it. And so just in the interest of transparency, I would recommend that you table it, or I don't know if you want to open that up for everyone now. Okay, yeah, that's at your discretion, just to make you guys aware of that. I have been looking into the senator absence stuff. I have decided to recommend to you all that you request an advisory opinion from JC. I know that was on one of the agendas last quarter. And so if you guys want to move anywhere with that, I would suggest putting a advisory opinion on the agenda and request that from JC. However, one of my stipulations would be to include what that means for executive officers. You know, this is asking whether or not senators can be removed, any elected official, an executive is an elected official, so I would like to know what JC says about that. That's so that would be good for you guys if you're interested in moving forward with removing senators or really just understanding how to do that. On the fees thing, so I know that's been on our radar. I actually am choosing to do that for one of my classes, a research project into that, and potentially, you know, getting something published on the fees. So I will have something for you guys by next week that encompasses hopefully the entire situation, because I know it's really confusing. It's confusing for me. But some things that I'm hoping to include are fact checking that the Consumer Price Index Bureau of Land Labor Statistics inflation calculation that they did is correct. I don't doubt that it is, but I do think that that needs a check. So I'll be making sure that that's all good. I want to inquire about the 2006 UCOP policy that was just mentioned and why that is a thing. Me personally, it's not really quite making sense why students are paying tuition or a fee to then be given back to them. To me, that kind of buys out the middle class UCSB students to help the lower class afford when it should just be the university. They're getting money from the government. I don't understand how that came into play. And then inquiring about the ballot campaign policy. I myself have gone up to them and asked if they're on the clock. Many of them are on the clock. They're being paid to collect signatures, which I think is it's a gross misuse of paid time. That is quite appalling. That is super disappointing to hear. I'm quite upset about that. I think that we are constantly hiring and creating new positions in the UC system and at the same time asking for student fees to be increased. So in my opinion, that is disgusting. So just something for you guys to look out for. I know that you guys are busy, so I don't know if you necessarily want to take that off your radar. I can pick up the pieces on that. So last meeting, actually, before we go into that, I just briefly have been looking at the table that they suggested for the fees. Our current fees per quarter, according to this 18 that they have proposed, is $59.88. With the proposed increase, if all of them were to pass, it would be $177.10. That is a 195% increase per quarter. So food for thought. This is a serious thing. I try not to go for like the super shiny things, but I think that this is something that is super shiny and honestly quite embarrassing to be asking of students right now. $34 of that is the return to aid stuff, so that is quite a big chunk of it. So yeah. Also, one of the fees that they're aiming to increase is called the Community Volunteer Foundation, which, as I understand it, is simply in place to fund things. It's just a volunteer foundation that seeks to enhance the educational experience of UCSB students by XYZ. All they really do is, as I understand it, give out money. So we're paying into it and they're just giving out money. Very, very disappointing if that's what it is. I'll have to do more research and I'll report back to you, but I would really appreciate if you guys like went line by line and helped me out. Also, if you have anything that you feel like I should be looking into on that, please let me know, because I surely cannot be exhaustive in what I can think to, check. So there's a lot of corners or a lot of land to cover there. All right, now moving on from fees. I had the question of, does the accepting of the agenda have to occur at the end of the meeting? I am under the impression that it does. Per Robert's rules, let's see, I think it's section 41, paragraph 63. After an agenda has been adopted by the assembly, no change can be made in it except by a 2/3 vote, a vote of the majority of the entire membership, or unanimous consent. So, I mean, just logically, that kind of makes sense, right? You can't accept the agenda and then add things to the agenda. That's, I think, the opposite reason of why that's there. So I know you guys are coming out with a new agenda for next week per Bill to Clean Up Legal Code. I think that it would be wise if you guys started doing that at the end of the meeting. It's kind of a check, as I see it. And so in the event that you guys do accept the agenda and try to amend it, you should be getting, at that point, 2/3 vote to amend the agenda instead of just a majority. So, yeah, I can take your question on that after. Yeah, that's all I have for you guys today. Please do text me about the fees. It's honestly a little bit heartbreaking for me to have to deal with this as a student. It's really discouraging. Yeah. Welcome to questions.
Thank you, AJ. That was very OG of you. Note that on. Two quick things. We do accept at the very end of the meeting, I think without exception, right before adjournment. At least that's the practice. Or maybe the only thing between that and adjournment could be minutes and allocations, which like by definition has to be unanimous. So I don't think there's ever been an instance of there anything passing below a 2/3 threshold. But I appreciate the reminder, like that should absolutely remain at the very end of the meeting. There are entities which accept the agenda like first thing, which I never thought made any sense. So I think your intuition is completely right.
I will say that I do believe last meeting, the agenda was accepted before the meeting, or not right before the meeting adjourned. That's why that came into mind.
That's possible.
Yeah.
Sure. There could have been like an item or two before. And secondly, I did the table thing exactly as you did, like December, I think procrastinating finals. And I came to pretty much the same conclusion that it was like 160, 170. And I asked the Associate Vice Chancellor Perkin, I believe last time she was here, she clarified that it actually would be $40 per quarter and that breakdown does not, that's not what is added up to, or that might be the yearly amount or something of the sort.
The inflation catch-up. So with the inflation catch-up, they apparently also have to include the return to aid and then an additional administrative assessment. So those two are for some reason latching on to the inflation catch-up, which I don't know what that's all about. The way that I read it is that is for new fees. These are just catching the fees up. I don't think that they're new fees. I'm looking into it. It might not have to be there. I hope it doesn't have to be there, because I would be honestly completely okay with a $36 increase to adjust for inflation. That makes sense. But throwing on another $50 on top of that it seems shady, especially when your campaign is to save student services, when more than half of it isn't even going to saving student services, going elsewhere. It's really frustrating.
Charles, do you have your hand up or no?
I did. I
Sure.
just, unfortunately, some of what I would go into, I think it would be a closed session discussion. I can talk with you after, but like, we don't have control over that.
Right.
And so kind of hoisted upon us, but I can give you more detail.
I'll look into it. It says new fees, so I don't know, but I mean, I'm looking into it.
So it seems like the 170 will be what the fee is raised to, that will be the new total, as opposed to the amount it is being raised by.
Okay, so we have an MOU with campus regarding return to aid administrative fees before a certain time. But anytime a fee is increased, they will assess it on that new amount. So if you never change your fee, you're good. You're like with the old numbers. If you dare to change it a little bit, then you're hit with more return to aid and more administrative assessment. So that's what all those numbers are.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
I just want to talk regarding the Community Volunteer Foundation, just two questions. Is that the one under AS?
Looks like it. This is very preliminary, I would say, my research.
Okay, so context for this, this is a VCU that has, if I looked at the finance committee, that has $100,000. The last finance committee meeting says this is the estimated budget that it has. And I believe the last time I checked, they have no board. So my question would be, do you think we can dissolve that? And why are they raising the fee rate since it hasn't been active in around 2 to 3 years?
Great question. I don't have an answer to it, unfortunately. Yeah, it does say AS Kobo undergraduate. And that is increasing the fee from 76 to $1.29. I'll talk to you that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I think Wayla was next.
Yeah, thank you again, AG Passage, for some particular notes. I was going to mention about similar things that Dan mentioned about, but if you could also just provide maybe we touched about previously earlier to where it's just like your office researching in particular entities that are, you know, requesting people and are getting paid when it comes to looking on the particular petition stuff. If there's any way you could extend further on some particular research to see if there's a causational or correlational between like maybe set entities that are paying particular entities for their student services, if they're in comparison to the, how do I put this? To the ones that are paying their particular entities to go out for student services, if you can see and kind of get more detail of said entities and maybe have a correlational between like the ones you mentioned about the actual student fees, but like the ones that have higher purchasing in particular to the ones that are actually requesting that. Because you're mentioning about that some of the people on the student fees aren't even tying towards the ones that are particularly requesting towards them. So I just want to see.
Oh, I see. You're asking why I'll probably have to follow up with Sean.
Yeah.
But you're asking why return to aid and the administrative assistance fee is tied in with readjusting for inflation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the 2006 UCOP thing that I'll have to look into. Yeah.
Thank you, AG Basher. Wanted to ask, so Senator Pan pointed out Kobo. I'm curious as to how that request is made to increase their fee, considering there is no active board.
I'm sorry, what
Kobo, the
how to West.
how
Hopped over you.
I apologize. I'm curious how that request was made for that fee increase, considering there hasn't been a board for, I believe it's 2 to 3 years now. And what that process was like, and this is similar to fees, but in terms of your office, but you, how do you recommend that the association goes about when there are BCUs or entities which don't have active boards but are consolidating fees and rollover? What's your recommendation on that? Again, it's a similar thing I brought up with Associate Vice Chancellor Perkins. Times are tough.
I would agree that a pausing of a fee or getting that board filled would be great. Ideally, I would have a really spick and span answer for you, but this would be something that I would, if I myself was trying to tackle it, I would probably talk to somebody on finance to find a good route. But I would assume that the answer would be to get rid of the fee. If the fee's not working, get rid of it. I mean, like, just simply outside of my position, that sounds like the right plan.
Thank you, Attorney General Fletcher.
It seems like it's it.
Yep, so 2/3 for the constitutional, are you guys planning on tabling it? Okay, so that'll be next week. Yeah, good. Thanks, guys.
Um, okay. No other administrative reports. Okay, we have like 5 minutes. So, finance,
May I request to go later because my speech is, yeah, I love
outreach,
Yeah, real quick. We're planning to do an event that we're calling Cold Spell, where we're gonna pay for, we're going to pay for the ice rink in Goleta and then bus or take students from the freshman dorm somehow out there. And then it's of course gonna be available to all other students as well. That's like a big event that's coming up. And then I have a funding request for a committee to be able to implement this. It's a sit down where I can't remember the name, maybe the vice chair will help me, but we're basically gonna sit down with students, have a dinner with them, and kind of do this. I can't remember the name of what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's a focus group, thank you. A focus group with students, and that is something that was recommended by some former association members as a good way to really understand what a like generally random sample of students knows, doesn't know about the association, how we can support them. And then there's a third thing on for the funding request, but I will motion that later and I'll be happy during that motion to elucidate any and all questions that you guys may have. But we are doing a lot of things for the Senate on outreach as for the Senate meeting as representatives of the Senate to the campus. And so we would like support from the Senate to be able to do those things monetarily. And I know you're gonna hear my whole thing, but if you have anything to mention, I mentioned Cold Spell focus groups. As said, we're gonna have a funding request.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds to me like you covered everything. Basically, we're most likely gonna need a little bit more money based off of the way that our finances are looking right now. So if you have any questions about that, or if you want to iron any of those details out before we ask for money, then please do. But I don't have much to add.
thank you guys. I feel like I ask this every week, but we know the name too. Genco,
Oh, yeah,
where's that at?
just brutal trying to work with FinOps because they're super backed up with requisitions, the new things, whatever. So just slipping through the process, I guess.
So requisition to get the payments over to Genco, I'm assuming.
Something like that. There's like an invoice, whatever, but Luke is on it and daily he gives updates. So yeah.
Good man, all right.
Yeah, so as far as I've heard, Genco has done everything that they need to do. Luke, our financial guru and outreach, has done everything that he needs to do. Everything is facilitated as much as we possibly can. And now we're basically just waiting on FinOps to do their job. Is what it sounds like. They're busy. Because that's basically what we have as far as that goes.
Any questions for outreach? Okay, liaison, can you do it in 2 minutes or should we just?
Yeah, I can do 2 minutes. We don't really have any, I mean, yeah, one thing, okay, I'll just be brief. We have any new particular updates, same as last week. One just additional thing for just a point of information that we will be reassigning our liaison committee meetings this quarter instead of Tuesdays, so it'll be on Thursdays from 3:30 to 5:30 tomorrow. No, and just making one note, because I've noticed that a lot of the collective discussions about coming from today have been pertaining towards BCUs, lock-in fees, a lot of particular, I feel like, very critical discussions, which are really going to be the majority of our discussions in our committee and group. So if you really have any thoughts or questions or concerns, I really recommend you guys coming to our committee meetings more often. So, because most of our actions will be pertaining towards that and your voices are very appreciated. So that's my thought. And Senator Dan can just extend to her.
Yeah, I'm working with Code on finally getting that Disability Cultural Center up with USEN and the negotiations. So if anyone wants to join me on that so that we can, as students, pressure them more, that'd be great. Another thing is that the BCUs, after hearing about this BCU new liaisonship thing, they really don't like that they didn't get to choose their person, their Senate liaison, which is the exact replica of the system that we had before the liaison committee. So we can discuss that at a later time, but that's it.
Let's waste a minute.
Oh, okay. Just briefly.
Wait, I actually meant,
Yeah.
I wasn't saying like your report would be a
Oh.
wasted minute, just to.
Cool.
Do you think you can fit in a minute?
No, it's just
Hence my statement, okay. Okay, we're on a 20-minute recess, but like start at 4:05.
Yeah, so. Yes, it is who you think it is, yes.
I know, let me just.
When I, that's my friends.
So Albanian right now.
Maybe like.
No. Like, I think there's my social math. It's not freaking Chinese. Yeah, like where you're studying. Is it not Chinese? Or Japanese?
No, I need to go to CAPS. I do need a therapist. My psychiatrist said I need to have a therapist.
No, I think you're being ironic.
There's a little ironic.
They're like, I can't. Bags, if I example, you should cry.
Yeah.
There's also. Like how you're holding it.
Oh, I have to stay late.
Like
Exactly.
You sound like.
Sorry, guys. Ignore, don't worry, trust it. That looked like this.
Yeah, it's inefficient, but it's.
Another good.
I mean, and also like, I would hope like.
I've only until. I'm gonna prove my innocence there.
Have you seen, wait,
I was.
have you seen, like, no, have you seen the hat?
I really. One more sound.
That's just a basic word.
Even if I disagree with you.
Harder is in the back.
Let's wait, do we have 23 seconds?
Go, put it to you.
No, we're at quorum, yeah.
Have you seen?
He's kind of not.
Okay, meeting is back on 9:16 p.m. Guys, we've recommenced.
Chair, could we briefly move back into item A2, excuse me?
Stone ocean, whatever.
Yep, do you mind if we make a quick note before you?
Yeah, okay, yeah, go for it.
Melanie, Jones.
Hi Holly, I just wanted to let you know that by the time we got to AS Main, all of the food had been ravished through. You know, it seemed like raccoons got it, which is great for our like mascot, but it would be really great if we could probably like set it to an earlier time, like for every week. So that we can make sure to have time to eat beforehand. Maybe like 5 p.m. as a pickup time would be great.
Yes, absolutely. And that was the goal for this week, to have it picked up at 5:15. Chipotle just wouldn't let us place the order for pickup earlier than 6. So that unfortunately wound up being the issue, but we'll do what we can to either order it earlier, maybe even have pickup even earlier than 5, but we'll see what we can do for next week. But I am really sorry that we couldn't get it to you all earlier. It was either have it at that time or they weren't gonna prep it for us at all. So I made the decision for the food either way. But definitely for the next few weeks, however many we have left in the quarter, I'll do what I can to try and get it to you all sooner.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, oh no, or rather, sorry, do we have unanimous consent to move into section A2, excuse absences?
I motion to excuse Senator Shirkin for the remainder of the meeting.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Shirkin for the remainder of the meeting. Is there a second? Manala? Second. There's been a second. We're not in discussion. Waidula.
Other question.
Question has been called. Judge call the question.
Fine.
Consent. Seeing none, motion passes. So, oh, Lee.
Motion to excuse Senator Chaudhary at 9:30 for the remainder of the meeting.
Motion to excuse Senator Chaudhary
At 9:30.
at 9:30 for the remainder of the meeting. Is there a second? No, second. It's been a second. We're now in discussion. Dan.
This is discussion, right? Can we start from now on, or maybe this has to be legislated, just giving a reasoning for why people are excused?
The legislation says you have to like submit a note to Senate leadership with describing all this, so it's over legislated.
Okay.
It just has to be implemented.
And and can it be noted on the agenda, or is it just an internal thing that can be improved?
That would be nice if we had a quick note, and if we could also do them all at the beginning of the meeting, so we don't have to return to it halfway through, it'd also be nice. Yeah.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Did you guys call the question?
No.
Judge like consent. Seeing none, motion passes. That's all right. Oh, okay. I believe we're at finance.
Yes.
Heading up? Feel free. The meeting dates, please.
This is the first time I ever use a podium, and I low-key think, I hope this is the last time. Because out of respect for the podium, I only use it on very important matters, because also out of respect for Sandra's time. That I've tried to not bother the full body when it's not like necessary, if not seeking for help or support or money, and obviously I rarely do need money from Senate. But I've started to realize.
One second, if we could maybe close our laptops and just pay attention, maybe, not out of like
Yeah.
closed session, but would be nice to pay
Yeah,
attention.
thank you. So it has been come into my notice, and unfortunately, I think my voluntary admission of action on report has been misinterpreted or understood as inaction of finance committee in general, that people have been confused. Fairly, because I haven't been updated and reported as much as I should. And I want to take this chance to basically make a collective kind of report of everything I've done in past like quarters and weeks. And I really appreciate that people will pay attention and just, and I will start basically with office hours. I know it's legally kind of inside the legal code that everybody have office hours, but the thing with finance committee is that every time when we say office hour, finance committee, there are real hours. Our officers do 3 hours per week, me do 7 hours. And when I say 7 hours, I mean the 7 hours that I meet with people. And there's also external meetings I have with RCOs and different orgs that need assistance on funding. And we actually have proof for that kind of sort of thing, because as you guys all know, we do authorized signing workshop. And for now, we have 578 authorized signers registered, and this is excluding staff. And I would say on average, every workshop is like 2 to 3 people. So I would say we already at least as a committee did 250 around workshops so far. And this is a quarter and 3 weeks in. I want to talk a little bit about outreach job that we did, because one big aim, at least for me, and I think it's safe to say when you have a committee, is that we want more equitable spending rather than just the numbers. So I did a lot of outreach. I have bi-weekly meeting with CO directives right now, because they have the contact info of all the leaders of RCOs who would need guidance and directions on getting funding from finance committee or like from AS in general, especially if they're newly registered orgs. And including the reason why I know about focus groups is very coincidentally that we're actually doing a focus group as well, but for finance committee and finance policy and procedures. And it's based on last year's data analysis of like the groups that get most funding from AS and the groups get most times of funding from AS, basically try to figure out like what's the convenience for them and what's the obstacles for others. And as you guys might also remember that at the beginning of the quarter, I talked about this internal report of data analysis that I did during the break, which I didn't count the hours, but I put a lot of effort in it. Basically, the report is gonna be like directing or offering guidance for the next year's internal reorganization of the financial accounts. So if you guys have checked, I will be really appreciated, but like if you check the administration log or like everything of like expenses that was outside of AS, there has been a large discrepancy of the internal structure that we set in the legal code, like for Stark Fund or SIOP Fund or for academic conference, academic teams. They're just far from the numbers that we actually funded from those accounts, which basically kind of devalue the purpose of having it in the first place. I also had a percentage funding by percentage types of RCOs, percentage types of events, and the average of like how much funding we provide each org every single year based on type of org and that type of events as well. So that will be out after I get some professional takes on it. And I will for sure circulate around the Senate for people to look at it and give comments on it, because that's going to be lead to the legislation I'm going to introduce at pretty much like ideally this end of this quarter of reorganizing the internal structures. And okay. And one huge other thing we did, as we're keep doing now, is I don't know if you guys have ever submitted any requests on Flux, but if you have tried, like after we have this new term of committee have get in place, is that Flux has been updated pretty much, I would say, every single month, as we are figuring out if there's a more efficient way for people just to including their information before they come to us and they realize, oh, I actually need this and I actually need that. And we also, few examples that's really helpful is that The process of tracking the archive, which I mentioned before, of this non-perishable purchase that was funded by AS was not tracked at all. It's impossible to get back because, you know, people would voluntarily take that unless you keep track of them and you let them know that you're supposed to return at the end of the year or keep them internally as public use for the club. And another few things are also in process is the attendance estimate and roster for like travel events. Basically keep track of numbers according with their budget. I know this is boring, but just bear with me. There's also exception tracker now. So like we know how many exceptions we offer and how many exceptions we actually needed for a lot of boards. And since now we're allowing RCOs to use exceptions from VCU entities. So actually we're really trying to get RCOs to get funded as much as we could fund them. And one huge important thing is that we try to optimize the workflow of a lot of process that was just wrong back then, because every single people who are requesting from the finance committee, their requests are particularly like catered like based on their needs. And a lot of like BCUs only want exceptions, RCOs want different kinds of events that require different kinds of documentation. And what we're trying to do is make sure that you wouldn't see something that you would need to fill out if you're not like having that kind of request. And a few other things internally that we've tried to improve is the basically internal disciplinary of like how we train up officers, for example. As you guys might know, financial policy and procedures are very complicated. A lot of people need to like, you know, barely anybody go through it, and not to mention remember about it, a lot of it. And also most importantly is that AS Finance Committee also have to operate based on campus policy as well. So there's more than just the 67 pages of the financial policy and procedures. There's also a lot of campus policy we need to abide to. And that requires a lot of training and internal like disciplinary. Like how we did it is basically we definitely train officers beforehand, which is using times of like me and vice chair sometimes use our free time. And we make sure that every single RCOs, which is actually like written in the legal code, but I doubt any, well, not doubt, but I don't think it's a regular thing that's enforced, is that every single officer is supposed to be responsible for certain RCOs. And that responsibility does not just go with the request they submitted, but also these officers is going to communicate with the RCOs as you guys might know, that request doesn't really go away for the finance committee the moment we approve it. We actually have to handle them throughout the process. And when they want to have more requests, we are still gonna like, it's a non-ending process. It's not something that we can just leave after we hit like approval. And especially a lot of times we need to fix a request because they're tabled, because they're not compliant policy, but we still won't fund them. What we do is that we organize external meetings aside finance committee meeting. And mind you, it's 5 hours meeting, which sometimes is even longer than Senate meeting. We arrange those meetings, which will normally average also last like 1 hour or so, to help them to fix their request and budget, to help them basically, for example, for Muslim student group that we did last week for their Ramadan, we did the same thing for Culture Raising, Culture Rocket, we did the same thing for Women in Media, Greek Student Association, you name it. So I just want to say the reason why you're not hearing any report or problem from finance committee is not because finance committee is a really easy job. It's just we and me, everyone is trying really hard to do their job to make it actually facilitate as well and efficient as it is right now. And I just want to walk you guys a little bit through with the schedule of finance committee that I think is very important that to see what changes we have made and what kind of things that have made things more efficient. Because you guys might know we actually broke a record. I would say it's record, but maybe you can find that wrong. But we did 64 requests for like 1 meeting without like extension of time. And you might wonder, okay, how you did it? Okay, I will tell you how I did it. So the thing is that, so you guys know finance committee happens on Monday, but the process happens from the prior Friday, right? So you guys might know the deadline for the finance committee request is 4 p.m. on Friday. And on Friday, what do I do? So normally before 4, I try to send out the approval email manually from the Flux system to get the previous Monday meeting approval out or table or deny, depends on what motion says. And then after 4, I start to pre-review as chair all of the requests that get in that's going to be on the Monday meeting. And something we started to do this quarter particularly is that I start to write all of my notes for all of the things that people need to have a problem with it, like, for example, they need additional information provided, or they need to understand their requests are retroactive or need exception and yada, yada, yada. And what I do, starting this quarter, is that I start to send emails to every single person who submitted a request and if they need to fix a request prior to the Monday meeting, which is something that took me, I have never counted, but I would say 6 to 7 hours over a weekend at least. And people start to care, like, so this what I try to make emails the most like way of telling people that at least they're aware. For example, when they miss their deadline, they know they don't need to show up to the Monday meeting because, you know, we're not gonna process it unless it's very urgent. And there's problems of like, oh, they don't have their rosters or they need to provide a multi-digit budget, but that's not something that's public to the students. So it's fair that they don't know. But we as a committee at least try this year to make it as evident as possible of these procedure ambiguities. And there's a lot of ongoing projects that we're trying to do as finance committee. For example, we have already talked to Sean about the bot that we have been thinking about for a very long time. And apparently we can collaborate with the school Storekeep bot, which ideally would be free and better. But we didn't know, we need to get feedback. But I'm hopeful in that because, you know, it's AI time now. We also kind of discussed the possibility, as I received feedback from the SEAL director, of these repetitive requests on the room reservation and media reservation that students have to pay for, which account for a lot of requests that we receive at finance committee. There has been obstacles regarding that. We're trying to, or actually not me, but staff member are really trying really hard, PNOP team are really trying hard to get that in place of like having the necessary communication. There has been a little bit you know, problem not within AS, but with the other side of the issue. But that's something we really try to do. Like the ideal is that we can prepay them a bunch of money and they can just deduct from that account without student always need to come to request from us. But that's the dream and we'll see how we can go with that. And I hate to sound like someone who's like, you know, like housewives complaining about their invisible chore and everything. But I do want to remind everyone that finance committee job is literally like non-ending job, like in terms of everything. There has been times I get stopped in the middle of the road to go to class and answer finance questions for 10 minutes and I get late to my class. And I receive texts from my officers like 3 a.m. when they receive an email from RCO and figure out like they want to meet the deadline basically and everything yada, yada, yada. I don't want to bore you with all those stuff, but I just want to say, I want to make a Hamilton reference here, but I don't know if you guys know which one I'm talking about. So I'm going to provide a little bit context. If you guys remember the song when he sang about like the Reynolds pamphlet and he said, my character may be questionable, but my heart and loyal to the people is provable through my books and my dedication. So that's basically the final point I want to make in terms of like, I want to try to like on behalf of the committee that I want to say like, we're very committed to the job we're doing. And this is not like we're committed not just to the number of requests we want to approve or the amount of requests like amount of money we're approving. We're actually really trying to dedicate to the equality of this spending within the association to reach as many students as possible and get student benefit as much as we can. And if to achieve that goal, we have to enforce policy and be the B word in the room, then so be it. And if like, you know, and if we have to be more prudent when we hear when we're suspicious of certain actions, we're going to act upon it because what we decide actually have financial impact for the association. That's comparison, in my opinion, more important than all the committees because students can submit requests again if we made a mistake and we are really willing to apologize. But if we actually prove it, actually have a fiscal impact that we cannot retrieve back. And I want to genuinely and sincerely invite any senators here who have questions and confusing regarding to the policy and procedures, because I understand that a lot of standards we're operating as finance committee is, if not, it's not like formalized or like written on paper, because a lot of times, as you guys might see, when Officer Godecha was talking about the religious group and cultural group and the distinguishing be retreat and everything, there's not really a clear policy to determine. It's a very case-by-case standard, but we try to be consistent as much as we can this year. So if you have any question of or things regarding your request and you think this is unjust or unfair, please, we are more than willing, more than welcome for you to contest and challenge our standards, and we're willing to change them if it's mistaken. But I will guarantee you, every single decision we made during the committee, we have a rationale for it. We have to deliberate on it, and we're very serious about it because we actually care about student body.
Want to take the questions or?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
You don't have to.
I always have to like a heroic and.
Dramatic. Yeah, I was going to say, thank you, Prince of Denmark, for your service.
Thank you.
I know I personally very much appreciate the work you do. I can never.
Got it.
Wait,
Yes.
I mean, I don't have so many brief questions. I think that was an amazing report, by the way. That was wonderful again. It's done work. I guess you're talking about as a resource in particular to you're mentioning about all these entities, BCUs, RCOs, all these holistic entities who are constantly requesting about you. I even become a point of contact sometimes because of those particular questions and those resources and things from the liaison committee perspective. Because of the sake of your manual labor, and I would say for the holistic community, have you guys created any particular resources? I already know that you have created some extensive additional ones, but any like particular guidelines or maybe questionnaires or particular resources that maybe we can as a standing point for BCUs on common questions or particular things that instead of making you as an exhausting source, that our committee can help as a indirectly when it comes to these financial procedures to help make them, because I know some of them don't have any advisors or anyone to guide them about these things. So help in a way we can help support you from your resources to help.
Okay, yes, that is a really great question. I would say, at least I'm summarizing my experience of interacting with RCOs and BCUs and summarizing basically their questions regarding to a lot of procedure stuff that's not written in the legal code. And Arion, if you guys know him, he's a great, what's the word, staff. Sorry, I got a little bit emotional. But he's helping out with that process as well, that we're gonna make a more like easily accessible instructional thing that we aim to basically throw in the campus that like everybody like can get to see it. We're gonna start with SEAL because we don't want to bomb people's email, and I think we are down with the national, like the state university-wide email anyways. So I wanted to like target because we only fund like eligibility wise, we only can fund RCOs registered. We're starting from there. But I would definitely love liaison committee. I'll pretty much just like spam you guys emails like, can you send this out? Can you get people to know to get money from AS? We have too much money, we cannot have it. And yes, you will have that moment from me, and I hope you don't hate me by then.
Okay.
Are you within, given your role and like all the responsibilities you have as chair, do you find yourself able to easily delegate some of these tasks to members of your committee? Or do you have to, by nature of the work, like take on a brunt of it?
Okay. Is this a safe space? Okay. Okay, let me, I need to put a spin on it. But, you know, sometimes you cannot hold the standards that you hold yourself to other people, because not only because they don't get paid the same way you do, which I would suggest is like very minor like factor within AS since everyone is overworked and underpaid. But it's also like, you know, people have other kind of commitments. You can only, well, not only, but if they have fulfilled their like job as officers, I don't think it's fair to put them into like higher standard like I do of like responding everything all the time. There has been people that have been trying to do that, and I really deeply appreciate. I will argue that's the reason why we're like, to be honest, like finance committee is kind of like trauma bonding. You can ask Senator Jill Simonian, who only attended one meeting, but we were already really tight because it's really trauma bonding experience. But I would just say like the efficiency of finance committee, I would argue is that like everybody literally put their work into it. And I would suggest like when I talk about the internal like disciplinary thing we did of like literally assign names to things, is really helpful. And make sure the officers are very much aware of their responsibilities, like lined in the legal code, which because, you know, officers have different titles. They actually serve for different purposes, and you actually have to tell them that you are actually for a different job than other people. So that I think that's the responsibility, like the hugest for the chair to make things efficient.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Adam, see you next. I want to see what Shakespearean reference you have.
Shakespeare. Barely know.
5 minutes.
Well, I can't really follow that up with something your leak is great. I also come to the podium with things to say, but they're not quite the same weight, I guess. Updates from us. We are getting ready to table we have like a schedule that we can implement. Just gotta do some logistical stuff. I'm gonna order something for us to hand out. Love to work with y'all as well on that. Some great advice from outreach on tabling, so appreciate that. Besides that, I have an update on Pardall Tunnel from today. But that's besides the point. So basically, I have been in coordination with a project manager at Design and Construction Services, DCS, which is a department on campus. And we are going to allocate $3,000 to them for starting the project up, which is going to involve like survey work, coordinating between different organizations on campus that have like jurisdiction over this tunnel, stuff like that. And then we're going to get a more like serious quote with that once they like get the ball rolling. But this is really just for setup fees. So we're going to allocate that money in committee on Friday. Aside from that, not too much. But yeah, about the tunnel, like, you know, it's a public works project. Don't expect it to be cheap, but expect it to be as awesome as we make it, which is up to us to follow through on. So yeah, I'll take any questions on that and anything else as well. We're also happy to bring in Senator Sussman. So to have you.
Sound
Yeah.
like it.
Anything else? Any questions, comments, concerns?
Senator, if I could begin, I know that
Yes.
historically, the basic needs, your predecessor,
Yes.
the previous advocacy committee did a lot of blue books, you know, finals materials, slightly more controversial, caffeine, things like this. Is that a part of what's being planned? It's both cool symbolically to have the continuity and also helpful.
Yeah, so the main thing we're looking at right now is we have outlined like quarter of safety. So we were looking into ordering items like rape whistles or like alarms, like pocket flashlights, stuff like that. We're also looking into making like a safety guide with like different resources on campus that are accessible like late at night and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, in the vein of like Pardall Center, we can definitely also do like blue books and caffeine and all that good stuff. But that's kind of the main vein that we were going for with items we want to hand out.
I know Sussman has something with blue books coming, so could be a collaboration.
Oh, one other thing that we're looking at, but it's like another damn long-term project is increasing sitting spaces on campus. So I had some of our staff go and just like look for spots on campus that look nice and sittable but have no benches. Yeah. So stuff like that, you know. It's a nightmare for like who has jurisdiction over what. So it's gonna be kind of a PETA to figure out who do we even go to for benches, but we're also looking at that and bike racks. Yes.
I have a question more about the process.
Yeah.
Exactly what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, Senator Harder, please proceed.
My mistake. Are we good? Yeah. Felix. So when you want to when you want to do anything on the campus,
Yeah.
right? You have to, on your own, figure out who you need to reach out to. You know, and then you probably go through some sort of weird rabbit hole where they tell you that there's another person,
Yeah.
and then that person tells you there's another person, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering,
Mhm.
from an institutional
Yeah.
change perspective, if it would be helpful if staff members or if someone elected or something like that became kind of the person who knows exactly where everything is on the campus and knows
Okay.
exactly who you talk to, type of thing.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
that may be a thing already,
Mhm.
but it hasn't, there's not a super effective
Yeah.
version of it.
Like
Probably
like
just-
one point of reference.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, basically
That'd be quite nice.
a hub where all of your any senators' projects that are involving administration
Yeah.
can be centralized.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
That'd
be helpful.
super cool.
And your process as of right now has been basically bouncing from like 10, 15 other people to another.
Yeah, just reach out to someone, get referred to someone else, and
Yeah.
then just kind of bounce around until you think you end up at the right person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got lucky with the tunnel.
Relating to the benches or sitting spaces on campus, last election, after you submitted your ballot, there was a whole set of, is effectively a survey. Is passed as referenda to be put on the ballot, but ended up as a survey at the end. Those results have a lot of insight about questions similar to, would you like to see more seating space? Would you like to see more flowers? Like things along those lines. So if you would like that data, I can send that to you. And then to make it a question, would you like to work with outreach or in some kind of collaborative capacity with the Senate on implementing some of the changes that students would like to see from those results?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think whatever kind of beautification projects and just like any infrastructure is like a huge pain. So I think we need to throw the entire weight of this body behind any kind of public works stuff that we do. And it is kind of big picture, but that's why I need you guys to all sign off on anything that we really throw at the end of the day. Yeah, please send me that data. I would love to see that. And I don't know, maybe I can bark up the tree enough to see if like someone in like maybe like the chancellor or something would be interested in improving the overall look of this campus. But yeah, so short term, we've got tabling and just kind of wellness items and stuff like that. Longer term, we got tunnel and yeah, benches and whatnot. So yeah, that's my update.
May I ask, public policy, I don't know, urban planning question, what makes a sittable, what was the term you used?
Sittable, yes.
What makes a sittable place on campus as opposed to another, which is less sittable?
Sittable, okay, so like you know the green by PSB where the eternal flame is, like that gigantic field?
Like psychological and brain science?
Physical sciences built, like PSB North and South, yeah. Like that entire lawn is basically asking for some space to sit that isn't like by Buchanan Hall, which is frankly a miserable place. There's plenty of spaces. I can pull up like the Google Maps with like all the pins that my staff drop down, but basically there's quite a few areas, especially out there where you have all this grass and like nice stuff. But it's just like, why is it here? Like what, you know what I'm saying? Like, do we just sit on the grass, you know? There's definitely more pleasant places on the northeast side of campus that could especially use some attention.
I'm fully with you. You just have to keep in mind the commencement thing from earlier that they might want to use that for that purpose.
Yeah.
I don't know how willing they are. And a bunch of other things. Anything else? Thanks so much, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's all the committees, correct?
Romy's asking that I report on behalf of.
Okay, group Rochelle, other committee, temporary committee report.
So, reporting on behalf of Romy, she had a home, she's still online, but right now, she says she's finalizing committee commitments and should have them ready for next week. She has also established contact with 2 local organizations, the Junior League of Santa Barbara and Standing Together. They both work on sexual violence prevention and have been in the area since the 1990s. And for the first committee meeting, the chair's going to bring them in to get their opinion on not only public safety and sexual assaults on campus, but in the local area to have their expertise. And if any of you have recommendations for student reps, please let them. Or I.
Okay. Lucan?
Can we move into Senator reports real quick, please?
Yeah, actually, we had to. Senator Representative reports, I think you mean?
Yeah, whatever it's called.
Sure, yeah. Go on. You wanna go first?
No.
Oh, I don't know.
Good evening to the 76th body of the Senate. to members of the public and staff. It's with a heavy heart that I come before you today to announce my resignation. Due to the fact to be on my acting role at this moment in time. I've sincerely enjoyed working with all of you. The role you play in advocating for justice and representation, the general student body is really inspirational. And I'll cherish the time I've spent here and take the lessons I've learned serving CSB into whatever role I go into in the future. So with that being said, thank you guys for being hospitable and for a really dynamic working environment in which we pursue the common goal of helping people. So thank you guys.
Questions for Zara? John?
You're gonna come back, visit us once in a while. Public comment.
Public comment. All right, you're a very good man and a good friend, and I'm really glad you were able to join us for this term. We wish you all the best, man.
Thank you guys.
Okay, do we have any set to move back into section I6 executive offices report? Consent. Consent. So Chief Compliance Officer Baden Rosales and Paul, could you give me your full name? Name? Paul. Yeah, but last name. Sorry?
Paul Sirpin.
How do I spell that?
Sirpintu.
P-I?
Pintu.
Hey, you guys don't have a presentation, do you?
No.
Okay, feel free, 10 minutes.
We're very lopsided today. So.
Alright, so a couple weeks ago, we got a request to do a fiscal audit from our one and only internal vice president, Mala. In that request, I had kind of 5 items that he asked in my office, which means Paul, because he knows math and I don't, to kind of look over and cover some BCs.
Sorry, 1 second. What's going on? Yes.
Is this appropriate to discuss in?
You intend to discuss this in a public context, right? You don't.
If the senators wanted to be in closed session, I think that's fine as well.
I'm curious, because you mentioned auditing and financial whatever, I don't know if we're allowed to have that discussion in public.
It's with public data.
Okay.
If
I don't personally mind if I
maybe we will, I mean, it's up to you guys, but we could do closed session. It might be more.
Yeah, I think it is the Senate's choice, basically. There's nothing in jeopardy if it were to be.
It's no information that's not already public in some way.
You could access in one way or another.
Okay.
But of course, that's you guys' decision, whether you want this to be out there. It seems like most people want to continue as we.
Yes. Yep.
Sorry, please proceed.
Yeah, of course. So I'll be sending out like a brief kind of letter of sorts to the Senate to kind of summarize the outline of what we did. Paul kind of talked about how exactly he went through and collected and who he worked with to kind of put the data together. But I kind of, before we move into actual details, I just want to set up a framing of what we're doing, why we did it, and just pull on a couple of strings. Senator, do you have something? Okay. Yeah, and so I think there's allusion to, whether or not we talk about this public, and I think as we look forward with this report and kind of what we found, which was really kind of going over the amount spent, say, on honoraria for each BCU, how much money is inherently inward facing that is spent on the own BCU's operations versus being directly returned to students in a meaningful capacity. I think these things are very, very hard to determine. I think in some sense, we're working with kind of rough figures. I mean, they're precise because FinOps does a good job, but they're also rough in terms of, if we look at, Senate's own budget or the IVP office, it's like way on honorary and on or internal expenses, but the work that's being done is obviously for everybody. And so I didn't want to just say, put out a list of, top 10 VCUs which are spending on honorary, because I think this is misleading, and like what this data will be useful for is as, finance committee, which I happily sit on with Google my senators here. As we go into the budget cycle, as Senate goes to approve stuff, as a body, I know I've had conversations with any of you about what the association should look like in terms of composition of VCUs, what their functions should be. And I think that's all important conversation to have, and I'm happy to be involved in that. But I think what I make clear is like this report is like descriptive, right? It's not inherently value laden in the sense of it's just not telling you what to do, just kind of giving that one. So I'll briefly kind of read from the IVP's request, and then I'll have Paul kind of talk about what we did, and then be able to share with you guys just the sheets themselves for you all to look at and take questions. So first was a request for the annual operating budget for each board commission unit, including the percentage allocated to honoraria and other funds not directly returning to the student body. Second, summary of expenditure from the past fiscal year. We did the past 3 in terms of where that money is going. Third, an itemized overview of spending on internal purposes, so whether it be food or travel, conferences, similar kind of expenses. 4, that is the overall percentage of money which is being returned to students in a tangible manner. Again, some of these things are somewhat subjective. And the 5th point, which our office declined to do because I think it's slightly outside the scope and it requires a lot more fidelity, is in terms as concrete as possible how widely and easily available these services have been made to the student body. This includes availability of services of events, but also whether entities consider financial requests from other entities, RCOs, individual students. And so I want to say a brief word on that point. That's something that we're omitting from the report, or rather choosing not to respond to. And I just want to press that I do think it's an interesting question. As we, I think there's work to be done to make the association accessible, and make sure that the board are fulfilling their responsibility. I know we have these kind of conversations in finance committee in terms of how MOUs are being used, which money is most available to students, and making it say, so finance committee is not the only place people can go for money, but they're aware they can go to other VCUs and receive money in this way. And right now, I think it seems clear that the other VCUs, without getting too into it, seem to be more closed off. But that's not, and I think we don't want to evaluate that here today in the sense of, they're not able, but where's, say, Outreach's responsibility in terms of making this kind of thing public. So I kind of caveat that. Those are my series of apostrophe asterisks before looking at this data. But I don't know, Paul, do you want to go over like kind of what you did, and should I send out these sheets and just like send an email real quick? So we always kind of like take like this together.
And if you can send it to me, we can add it to the agenda as well, just as we can.
3 sheets. Let me see. Very like unprofessional email. I'll give you guys something like more substantial later. Give me from the appendix, I'll send you guys. Let me know if that was received.
Did you send it, Evan?
Did Senate? Evan?
Can I motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes?
Big time. There's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes. Is there a second, Lee? There's been a second, no discussion, just one in. Questions, just call the question. Usually consent, seeing none, motion passes. Did you report that? You did.
Oh. I got it. Thank you. Do you want all 3 spreadsheets on the agenda?
Results, you want to demonstrate all 3?
Yeah, so they're each responding to a different.
Spreadsheets, we said 2, 3.
Just want to say.
Any more people get access to that or?
Yeah, I mean, I'll have, I think if Paul can just kind of, as you guys go through it, he can kind of speak to like what exactly you're looking at, and then we can take some brief questions. I think this is gonna be most valuable as you guys like take a look at it yourselves. Kind of going forward, but I just want to make this kind of, I think the purpose of this conversation is to say like, you know, this is what you're gonna be receiving, this is what you have access to now. And just kind of give a heads up for like what we did.
You're on the agenda.
It also says file is an owner's track.
Yeah, I just updated that one. I wanted to.
You gotta value your work, man.
Yeah, yeah, but. All right, what you saw briefly through, you know, who you worked with.
Yeah, so I worked with Michael Che, and I believe it was the financial operator.
Yeah,
Ariane, to complete this project. For the first requirement that we were asked for, which was asking how much of the budget for 2025 to 2026 was allocated for the honoraria. And so on sheet 6, you can see that we've kind of summarized what percentage of each budget has been allocated to honoraria, the percentage that is not returning to the student body, as well as how much is in their rollover and total external returned. There's some markers that, oh yeah, logic.
The logic thing you'll see there is kind of how we kind of roughly flagged, say which items were internal versus external.
Yeah, so it's not going to be consistent with every one of the BCUs. Sometimes they'll have all zeros, because I didn't believe that they were spending any money that would be returning to the student body. So yeah, that's mainly what the idea of the first deliverable was. And so do you want to just put this on? Right. And so the sheet labeled 2 and 3, that was for the last budget for the 2024 to 2025. And you'll be able to see the amount that was spent internally, as well as let's see what else. Yeah, for what categories each one was for. There's some redundancies in it, but I was advised by Ariane to just keep it as it is. So for instance, one of the things that you can find on Start Here is food purchases, which is yeah, on 7001. Where did it go? Wait. Yeah, so for 7001, you can see that there's food that's just generally used by all BCUs, but in some instances, there are other BCUs that created their own category, a subcategory for food expense.
Like under operating.
Yeah, under operating. So I'm just advised by Ariane to just keep it separate, but generally you can just get a better idea of what what amounts are being spent for each category. And then lastly, for our fourth sheet, they'll give you 3 years of what is being spent. Yep, so what's being spent externally and the percentages as well. So I have 2025 to 2026, 2024 to 2025, as well as 2023 to 2024. I've also given you guys the audit logbook as well, which is subject to interpretation for BCU.
Yeah, remember to take questions, obviously. It's obviously a few things to look at, but.
Thank you for bringing this to us. Amazing, amazing work that you guys have done. How do you recommend that we go about looking at this? Because this is quite a lot of data, especially for non, math or number
Yeah.
majors.
Yeah.
So
I think the best, so for most of them, I've given you guys like a summary and you can filter it out as much as you'd like to see, let's go for instance, sheet 1, which is honoraria percentages. So if you go to sheet 6, you can filter out and see what percentage each BCU is contributing to their honoraria. There looks like a little filter icon that you can press, and you can change it from most to least or least to the most. But yeah, generally, we've just established a designated sheet so that you guys are able to view all of the expenses in a convenient way. Yeah, does that answer your question?
was there anything when you guys were going through this data that, you flagged or was of concern to you? Not from, a political or, Senate standpoint, but just purely as in, this is concerning as, financial operations.
I feel like there's been ongoing conversation around the amount of money in rollover accounts. I think that's something that you can kind of see reflected here. As we kind of consider what that means in terms of having money taken from students essentially for services not rendered. I think that indicates room for.
There's usually 10 for questions, so you just put 10 more.
Yeah, so yeah, as we look at something like rollover, obviously, I think that means there's money that's being taken from students essentially without anything being given in return. And so what we do with that, I think is interesting. We have a lot of BCUs which are really inactive or say don't have chairs or don't have boards. And I think that there's in my mind 2 different ways to go. I think staying idle isn't a very good idea in terms of just leaving the boards kind of as is without their positions being filled, without any operations being done. I think if we think we can't fill those positions, if we can't, effectively turn them into something that's returning value to students, then it might be something that shouldn't exist. It's not to say that whoever that BCU was originally created for, its original purpose, that it's not a good one. We're not judging it in terms of, this mission is bad. But, where we have, say, legal code or BCUs which aren't fulfilling their original intention, I think there's space to kind of cut down what AS is doing, so what it does is more effective. And so when you look at honorary as well, I think that's a key piece. And I suggest kind of going through those kind of figures and seeing which say stand out in terms of having a lot of money spent, say just on essentially, hiring students, so that's what's appropriated for. And then kind of evaluating who that group serves. That's an interesting question.
Yeah, just a similar question. Just thank you again for all this particular research. I think it's very invaluable. This is very efficient and it shows a lot of the work you guys and your collective team is working on. Just a similar, just more of an extension rather in the question that I said to Senator Jong as well, because I feel like there's a lot of cross verification and a lot of interconnection of the same commonality issues. Because the LASY committee is also working to have more of a qualitative perspective of data. We are trying to do it when it comes to researching, particularly when it comes to accessibility towards BCUs and communication towards BCUs, and a lot of these similar, I feel like, columns of data. And I think the fiscal impact you guys have shared here holistically is very valuable towards us as we are going to be evaluating from our own particular research. And I think from that, I would be really open to just like, if you'd be open to either coming to our particular meetings or just having extended conversations to think about how we can interconnect and make it more efficient before the budget hearing cycles come in particular too, because that's our goal as well.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that'd be, a really valuable conversation to have and like, to look at this. I think it's important to say, bring the BCUs into that conversation as well. Because I know, we see, we talk to a lot of them, on finance committee and I think a lot of them recognize it's like, hey, we have too much money. Like, can we give it away?
Yeah.
Like, what can we do with this? And okay, Senator is disagreeing with me, but you get a mixed reaction, right, in terms of kind of the attitude and what that looks like and how Senate approves rollover. I think it's gonna be really important. And maybe that's a conversation for another time. But
Gonna ask, I'm just looking at some of the rollover rates and I'm very upset. And I'm just kind of wondering, from your perspective, how did we get to this point? Number one. Number two, how do we prevent this from happening again? So that way we're not wasting student fees to the point where we have inactive BCUs that have almost double the rollover, not have boards. And three, what do we do by the end of our term? Like ideally this quarter to put a Band-Aid on this, because this is a waste of student fees and a waste of student dollars and the effort that students put into their higher education.
yeah, it's a great question. I think in terms of speaking to history, I might decline to comment on that point. But in terms of what can be done, I think it's more clear. Obviously, in terms of the non-lock-in BCUs, which are essentially money's being appropriated for it to not go anywhere and just kind of sit stagnant for a year. I think there's an opportunity there to either like make a real concerted effort to get those boards filled and figure out how to make them effective. Or kind of like I was alluding to earlier, given that they're not lock-ins, that it is in the Senate's power to create and shut them down essentially. That's an option available to you guys and might not be something that I don't think that's the first lever that you want to reach for, but as we look kind of years back and we see some patterns, that might be something you want to consider. But I think as we talk about what we want to do with BCUs and all this money that we have in our hands, like you said, Senator, it's student money. So I think creating a system perhaps where it's the students who can decide and they can say reaffirm whether or not they want certain BCs in existence, like change, and put that to the students to say, are you getting a value from this that you want to keep funding in this way? I think especially as we see kind of on finance committee, there's many fabulous RCOs which kind of cover similar kind of ground, and whether or not it's more efficient to have those kind of services kind of ran through student clubs, which are often really active, really engaged. Maybe some BCUs like aren't as necessary as we think they were, and maybe they were very effective when they first began, but if they're not effective now, I think you do kind of have two choices to make.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Just, I guess point of order more, just Holly's having their hand raised for the past few minutes or so. Holly has your hand raised for a couple of minutes.
Holly.
Please. Yeah,
Hi, I have the floor.
yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to comment really quickly just on like an audit in general, not commenting on the value of it necessarily. Like I think that this assessment is good for you all. I just wanted to remind you all that the fiscal year for last year, so the 24-25 fiscal year, has not yet closed. So as you're evaluating these numbers, just keep in mind that they are probably going to change. The FinOps team is still working through a backlog of requisitions from last year, and it hasn't finalized, so our student groups don't know what their final expenditure report was for the last fiscal year, which has also impacted their knowledge of how much rollover they have, which in turn will impact what your assessment is of this current fiscal year. So for the current 25-26 fiscal year, it's been pretty significantly impactful to the groups, at least that the advisors that I work with have talked about with their groups in terms of their programming. So they don't know how much money they spent last year. They don't have accurate numbers. They don't know how much rollover they have actually received because the final numbers haven't been finalized. And because of the transition to Microy, our student groups also don't have access to their current expenditure reports. So that's not to take away from doing any analysis. I just wanted to contextualize that for you all, that as you're reviewing this, the numbers are probably not going to be accurate. I won't say generally how close they're going to be, just because I myself don't have hands in the paperwork of all of these, but it's something that our advisors don't know, our FinOps team doesn't know, and our boards and commission leadership, they don't know the accurate numbers of the final fiscal like close for last year, and we don't have accurate expenditure reports for the current fiscal year that started July 1st, 25. So just keep that in mind as you're reviewing it. And that probably is also tangentially related, is going to wind up impacting the budget cycle also, because our student groups also, when they've gotten their budget packets, we've shared with them that that's not accurate to the amount of rollover that they've received because their books haven't closed for last year. So that may be something that we can talk about more as it relates to the budget. But for this specifically, if we could keep in mind that the numbers are probably not going to be exactly what they are when it's all said and done.
Yeah, thank you so much, Holly. I think that's right. Like whenever we're looking at something, especially, as deep of a scope as what we're trying to do here, whatever kind of figures we have are gonna be like incomplete, like all, all models lie, all numbers, lie in a certain kind of way.
Absolutely. And it's also like not a fault of your doing, right? So for everyone else, if like it winds up being like an adjustment, it's not that your office like miscalculated anything. It's just that literally we don't have the information, you're not going to have it. So it's still valuable work in my opinion for what that's worth, but there's just not like precisely accurate information right now. And so that's not, a misdoing of anyone. It just is what it is.
Okay, we're spent some significant time on this and have quite a few pieces of legislation to get through, so thank you both for the report, and Paul for the unique skills you bring to it every day. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, always available.
Okay, okay, we're a new business and quite a few new business. So let's march right there. Senators Jones and Lee, the rent support bill is up first. Sorry. I saw IBTU and the position.
Yeah, this is just a bill to add the position of administrative director. It's really simple. They just need a new position added to their legal codes and make an appointment. And besides that, I just went through and fixed the syntax and grammatical errors within their legal code.
Nothing significant to add. Yeah, Senator Jones did a great job. The description of the administrative director is for area P, and then it just adds one more position, and then I believe the fiscal impact is 0, if that's correct. Yeah, that's it.
More discussion, okay? Mohit, hi.
Two comments. One, this is amazing because they really need this, especially for the new program and everything. Two, would the fiscal impact be also another honoraria add?
They told me no, based on like their own advisor opinion was that they were not gonna have any fiscal impact for that and that they spoke to finance committee about it. I took their words.
Wait a minute. I interpreted the fiscal impact of meaning zero fiscal impact to the Senate. That's the only, like, if you have a new paid position by definition.
Well,
not
yeah, but for their
fiscal impact.
board, for the Senate, it wouldn't be coming out of
Yeah, yeah.
our.
Oh, so fiscal impact now is just out of Senate unallocated now?
Sean, do you remember what the precedent is for that?
I would assume that it's any fiscal impact. Ollie might have some insight on that. It's never
Ollie?
happened, so open up your other thought.
What is it they're asking me what account it's out of?
It's a new position in IVTU, and whether the fiscal impact should be recorded. Could be really simple, could be $1,200 a year. You could amend it in committee and that's it.
Yeah, I would recommend that generally as a practice because then if IVTU theoretically doesn't have the budget or whatever entity doesn't have the budget, they're gonna wind up coming to Senate and it can create administrative or logistical issues down the line. So generally I would advise if IVTU has the budget, it can come out of that budget. If Senate chooses to fund it and allocate it out of Senate unallocated, that's fine. I would recommend that it be IVTU if they agree to it, but yes, it would be my opinion that you include a fiscal impact and what budget it comes from, because our finance team doesn't love it when we approve things and don't say where it comes from. So that would be helpful.
Good.
Bill to add a position to the IVT Legal Code Liaison Committee.
There's been a motion to refer a bill to add a position to the IVTU Legal Codes Liaison Committee. Is there a second? Please.
Second.
There's been a second. We're now discussing, please.
Okay, just for discussion, I think this will have a fiscal impact because it is, of course, a position. It will come out of their honoraria account out of their group's budget because they'll be allocated that every budget cycle, so it's not really a big of a contentious issue. Yeah, I think this is a great bill. I think we definitely want to rejuvenate IVTU and like having an additional position for this, focusing on this new program would be great. Though my only comment on that sake would be, I noticed the motion language says EOP director. This program, that the rent support program will be shifted to work along FCRT for the reason of it being FCRT can give money to the students at a quicker manner if it's an emergency situation. So that might be readjusted once it hits committee.
Right. Yeah, the fiscal thing is pretty simple, 1,200 per term and maybe a footnote where it's coming from. Well, so
Call the question.
the question has been called. Does the objection call the question? Is the objection on consent? Seeing none, motion passed. Lugan.
Wait, I just had a question. I don't remember, sorry.
And then Jen's gonna amend it later. Okay, we're in a bill to update elections code to meet elections board requests.
Yeah, we'll do this next week. I was hoping that the elections board chair would be here, they're not. And being that it wasn't available to you all due to my fault, I just say we keep it on the agenda. We don't have to motion anything.
I move to table a bill to update elections code to meet elections board requests to the next Senate meeting.
There's been a motion to table a bill to update elections code to meet elections board requests to the next Senate meeting. Is there a second? Chief Simonia.
Seconded.
A second, or no discussion? Yeah,
Call the question.
question has been called, just call the question. So, next Senate, seeing none, motion passes. Look at us, dude. Oh, we're now in a bill to update Senate Policy 15 and strengthen transparency and accountability. That's Johnny Manikova.
Yay, okay.
Podium again.
No, this is chill. I've well, not chill, this is very important, personal to me, and I believe to a few senators and people in the room. Don't laugh. But I would imagine a lot of people have already read it. I don't want to bother people's time on it because I already took a lot of time before. But basically the purpose of it is just to basically fill in the holes that was not, the policy 15 was not perfect. are trying to make it more perfect by making it a real thing that people really need to announce that they have conflict of interest and they do need to abstain from situations. If you do have a conflict of interest, I would say the only thing that was a little bit potentially people want to note it is the first thing that added a positional conflict of interest as well in terms of appointments and everything. And the other thing is at the end, when it said it retained the right to nullify votes if the following, like the above procedure is not met, and it has retained the rights to bill organization individuals that's involved. But it also have listed very clearly of the standard of that. So I believe it's not controversial at all, but that's all for me.
Jacoba?
Okay, I'll pass.
No discussion. Sussman?
Yeah, thank you, Senators Chang and Manakova. This is very much needed. My question is just the formatting. So it used to be a policy of the association, now it's reading article. So I'm just curious, is this creating its own article and then the position in legal code will be
Yeah,
no
bylaw.
longer?
Yes, we're trying to change it in from a policy into a bylaw because as you guys might know, there's a hierarchy of enforcement within the Constitution, and we personally believe that conflict of interest should be of a higher like importance than a standing policy that is non-binding.
Thank you.
What do you mean by standard policies being non-binding?
Like per whole AG that like technically standing policy doesn't have a punishable.
So I think you mean the former Attorney General last December, he was talking about the standing rules of the Senate.
Oh, okay, then I.
And then they're not binding, he was basically claiming they're very narrow and are about Robert's rules. Standing policies are very much binding.
Okay.
But I get what you mean, like there is something to be said about it being. Luca?
This is super minor and doesn't really matter, but if it could get fixed in committee, it says judicial branch and it's capitalized. I think if it's judicial branch, it should be lowercase or capitalized if it's judicial council.
Being that this affects the entire association, I think the best thing to do would be to refer it to executive committee, since we can now do that. Motion to refer a bill to update standing policy 15 and strengthen transparency and accountability mechanisms to executive committee.
There's been a motion to refer a bill to update standing policy 15 and strengthen transparency and accountability to the executive committee. Is there a second? Oh, no.
Second.
Second, we're now discussion. Everyone's familiar with the executive committee. It's all the chairs and then 2 senators at large. And the cleanup bill allows it to treat legislation that was previously not a function. Wait, the question has been called. There's an invitation to call the question.
You did that.
Like consent. Don't hide things. Passes. Sorry, what?
No.
Was there an objection?
No.
Sorry, point of order, motion to refer bill of standing policies like there twice. Do you see it on the agenda?
Yeah, that's always the case. It's like,
The empty one?
yeah,
After.
that's just like, but that's the case for everything. It's like the thing and then you've motioned on the thing.
Okay, Melanie fixed it. Never mind.
I know what you meant. It was the same bill for the motion. Like.
Women's intuition.
We're in a resolution to introduce a constitutional amendment to rationalize the size and constituency of the Senate. Senators Luke and Sussman.
Yeah, so this was brought last year. It's a really good idea, I think, to reduce the size of the Senate. And to redistribute the constituencies of the Senate, I guess, as this bill stipulates. We are sitting here with, I think, 13, 14 people at the table. I don't think we've had more than 20 this entire year. We have the ad hoc Senate Search Committee, and we found Senator Gio Simonian of a pool of several, and that was like a diamond in the rough kind of thing. And so, this bill would, this resolution, to be clear, would add these proposed amendments to the Constitution to the spring ballot to be voted on by the student body. So we're not making this change ourselves. We are simply giving the student body the opportunity to vote on this change. That being said, I would love to see this a motion to table this indefinitely, because Senator Gio Simonian and I, in collaboration with an idea that he had, have basically buffed this bill a little bit, or this resolution a little bit, and I want to bring that to you guys. Yeah, so it does all these changes, but it also adds some more that I won't go into detail because I just want you guys to see it and read it, but I would like to see this tabled indefinitely.
Sorry, the person second have to speak on it first, Sussman.
Yeah, so Senator Lucan said it pretty well. The idea here is to reapportion, I guess can redistrict how we do Senate. I think right now, unfortunately, the students' voices are not being heard to their full capacity, and that's because we have too many seats, which is ironic. But with that means that there's less competition for the Senate. And that means that student voices are not being heard to their full capacity. The way that Senate is kind of apportioned right now, it's not the most beneficial to the student body. We have 5 on-campus senators, which are usually incoming freshmen. Or they are freshmen because on-campus is typically the residence halls. And then we have 12 off-campus senators, 2 international senators, one transfer senator, and one college of creative, and then the collegiate senators as well. So I think the idea of making senators at large is the right idea. So that way students are representing all students, not just a select few or those in their quote unquote constituency. I think it's a little different when you're a college student and you're representing your peers and your friends, no matter, you know, what college they're in or where they live. I have plenty of friends that still live in on-campus housing, but that doesn't really change the fact that I'm not representing their voice. So I think that's the general idea here, and to reduce the Senate size then also makes it more, you're held more accountable to your role and to the work that you were elected to do, because as Senator Lucan said, and by the glaring around of the table, it's clear that there's a lack of accountability and effort by some senators, which is unfortunate, but that's also just reality. So that's the general idea here, but if Senator Lucan is requesting it to be indefinitely tabled, then it's the first call.
We're in discussion. I think just one was first.
Yeah, I'm in full support of what this resolution would do if implemented. As Senator Lucan said earlier, we do want to introduce an updated version of this that includes some improvements to the election system that I was going to separately introduce next week. And then I saw this on the agenda and I'm like, oh, we're gonna have to put these together to make sure they don't interfere implementation wise. But I do agree, as I would say, as the one appointed person here at the moment, I think that while I was originally not a big fan of the idea of making the Senate smaller, just because I feel like, you know, if you look at the federal level, the United States House of Representatives has been capped at 435 seats since 1920 something, and that's led to a lot of problems. But what I've realized is there's a big difference at the congressional level, which is that you have more, it seems, than 435 people who wants to be a member of the US House of Representatives. And I'm not sure there are 27 people who want to be a member of the Senate here right now. So on that, for those reasons, and also noting that we only have 1 out of 5 incumbent on-campus senators, I am in full support of the resolution. I will be motioning to table it indefinitely because we're introducing a improved version next week. However,
Yeah, I just want you guys to be cognizant of, I had some communications with the elections board chair, Hanson. And Sean, if you could confirm that the Senate has to be done with its resolutions to bring constitutional amendments and other things on the ballot by week 9 of this quarter?
Yeah. It's week.
Right? Sounds right?
Is
It's-
it not
it's
week
9.
1 of spring quarter?
No,
I
it's
mean,
week 9.
is fine.
Sorry.
It's week 9.
So week 9, they're submitted, I think week 1, the ballot has to be ready, Sean? You know, last year it tested every imaginable.
The great preference is that, yeah, it's fine. It's rare. that we
Finalized
meet
when?
that- It's rare that we meet that preference, but yes.
You said preferable to finalize by week 9? By week 1 of spring?
That should be in.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so just keep that in mind. We're still,
Here's the motion.
but I think if you just.
I was just saying.
Wait,
2 questions. Or maybe like 1.5. I was just wondering how we decided on 8. And then my second tangentially related question is like how many of the residential senators, so the on-campus, off-campus, and university-owned housing, like how many of them do we not have right now? Because if I just checked our agenda, there's currently we have on our legal code 12 off-campus senators and 11 of them are present today at this meeting. And so I was wondering how we decided on 8 and yeah, I guess that's my main question.
if the first second would be okay with it, I was around when this was first proposed, and I am author and sponsor of it. But I just literally the facts, you can interpret them whichever way you want. This has been the result of, this has been a long-standing idea. It was first brought to me by staff actually. And was the result of, believe you me, hours of negotiation in the last term. It was actually one of the most fun things here, it was like back and forth. Which I guess is not a fact, so sorry that. But it was several criteria were taken into consideration. So the size was part of it, so you don't want to like make it into the single digits. Does it result in an odd number of people?
It would be 18.
It'd be 18, yeah, that was another part of it as well, was like how much you're. Right, because elsewhere in the Constitution, it says that or in the same section actually, that the presiding officer currently would be the president, cast a tie-breaking vote, like there's a bunch of things that you have to preserve. Which is why it came the number it came to. And it's at least a discussion, and you can obviously make your judgment on whether it accomplishes this or not. It was very much a look at history, what's working, where are people applying, which ones are competitive, which ones are not. So on campus, I know this firsthand because I was leading that committee last year. It was an absolute nightmare. Like we got 0 people for the on-campus spot and spent 4 months recruiting for that. Same kind of thing this year, just yielded fewer results. And the transfer senator one, if you scroll down, you might see that it goes from 1 to 2 transfer spots. That's for the same reason that transfers were running for those spots. So it's not kind of a dogmatic like cut/burn everywhere. It's like which ones work, add on to them, which ones are like the on-campus thing is a great idea, right? It's like a 1 representation per 1,000 students. It just doesn't work. Like people don't want to be in that spot. Right, those were the considerations.
Look at, can I motion on my own bill? On my own thing? For sure, right?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I move to table a resolution to introduce a constitutional amendment to rationalize the Senate's size and constituency indefinitely.
There's been a motion to table a resolution to introduce a constitutional amendment to rationalize the Senate's size and constituency indefinitely. Is there a second, Jusmonian? Second. There's been a second, we're now in discussion. Lucan.
Also, I just want to be clear, this discussion we just had was now wasted because the resolution that Gio Simonian and I have, along with Sussman, we kept your name on it. I don't know if we've shared it with you yet, but
Take my name off for right now.
It's a lot of the same changes and the same rationale, so this discussion wasn't wasted, and I thank you guys for all participating.
Discussion.
Call the question.
Question, call objection, call the question. Objection, I consent. Seeing none, motion passes. We do have 22 minutes and we're in a resolution to introduce a constitutional amendment to democratize the boards, commissions, and units proposal process or something. Senators Jung, Sussman, and Lucan, floor is yours.
Okay. Hi, guys, it's me again. This is a pretty short bill, even though it has a pretty large impact, I would say. If you guys remember our discussion earlier on, that technically we don't really have a mechanism to basically have a requirement for adding CUs, which is why we are a little bit concerned with the addition of a few RCO, well, not RCOs, BCU, that's getting into the organization, which increased administration fee and less fee to the student body, yada, yada, yada. And if you guys are curious, why did we pick the numbers? Currently enrolled undergraduate student in UCSB is around 23,000. So 1,000 is like 4%-ish, and 2,000 for lock-in will be around 9%. So in my opinion, I would love to raise the number a little bit higher, but in consideration of, you know, like more moderate and don't be a radical, so people will hate you if you're a radical. We kind of just settle on that number, so.
Sussman.
Yeah, I think there's a large issue with not only associated students, but just students in democracy in general, and that's people will be very trigger happy to say yes to things when it sounds appealing on paper. But then you learn more about it and the consequences, and you're not informed of those consequences. It's the Plato problem in political science. So I think the idea here is that the Senate historically has said yes to many BCUs without often thinking about long-term consequences. The long-term consequences that we saw tonight on Baden's or Chief Compliance Officer's Rosales' spreadsheets, which again are kind of appalling and terrifying to look at in terms of rollover. So the idea here is that we let the student body, you know, that these BCUs have to garner signatures from their fellow peers to bring to the Senate. Again, creating a little extra level of democracy that ensures that student voices are adequately being heard in this BCU process. So that way, that they know where their student fees are going to. Because right now, the way it works is XYZ group can come up to Senate and say, we want to become a BCU, here's why. And then unfortunately bully their way into that, or you know, the Senate just doesn't have to hear them out. But by having an extra layer of security, by showing that there is student support and initiatives behind these BCUs becoming actual boards, commissions, or units that represent student fees, that's the idea here. And I think it's a really good solution that will help the association not only in this, you know, next upcoming term, but for years down the line.
Yeah, I don't have much more to add, just echoing what Senator Jung and Senator Sussman have said. And that it's important to, this is, I view it as a preventative measure. And I think that as someone who wants to get into this type of work in the future, some of the best kind of regulation is preventative regulation rather than trying to regulate and deal with things after the fact of them happening. So this is set, like this is what we should be doing as a Senate, in my opinion.
Discussion. Please. Not Sussman. No.
What do people think about the Wilder quote? Do people like it? In the first whereas clause, you know, just a little fun thing. People should read it. No, like, so anyways, I motion to refer.
Speaking kid. Yeah, guys, what do we think about that quote? I think it's great.
Okay. Motion to refer a resolution to introduce a constitutional amendment to democratize BCUs to advocacy committee.
Motion refers resolution to introduce constitutional amendments to democratize the boards, commissions, units proposal process to the advocacy committee. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a second, no discussion, John. Questions, we call the question.
Consent.
Consent. Seeing none, motion passes. Boom. Look at us, dude. Okay. Do we have any to move into section G action?
Consent.
Okay, we're in a resolution condemning anti-Semitism, the author, which is not here. I guess looking at, this was referred out of outreach, right? We should, with amendments, we should definitely have noted that.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. With two
That's not your thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, just Harder's not here. We didn't change any of the content of the resolution. We only added some student sponsors, myself and Senator Shurkin, and then fixed the formatting. Those were the only two amendments.
Did Attorney General Patrick give the approval to keep her name on there? Cause I believe she said last time that she did not consent. to having it. Yes. Yes.
Let's see.
Has she since approved?
To my knowledge, yes. I could be wrong, but I think yes.
Do we want to move on to the next thing while you check that really quickly and we move back to this?
I don't want to check it.
I can check that.
No, that's chill. Is it okay with you? Because we have a motion on this yet? To just
Let's go with me.
the next thing.
Continue.
Okay, we move briefly into,
You said you wanted that.
okay,
I move to amend the agenda and add AS internal controls modernization proposal.
move to what? There's been a motion to amend the agenda and add the AS internal controls modernization proposal. Is there a second? Oh, no, sorry, there's been a second. We're in discussion. Yeah.
Call the question.
Question, Judge, call the question.
Consent.
Judge, make consent. Seeing none, motion passes, it's on. Actually, it's a yes. Okay, we're still on this though. Can you copy that on the thing first? The his proposal thing.
I already did that.
I feel like that's its own thing.
Okay.
I don't have access.
Luke, can you give access?
Yeah. Okay, it should be updated. So can I speak on?
Yeah.
So this is the same, if you guys remember, Soham and his colleague had come in to discuss this. Their proposed architecture for improving the minutes system, minutes and minutes approval process and requisitioning. It kind of fits into the requisitioning process within the association. I know that he has reached out to several of you guys about this, and we don't have to pass this proposal per se. But we would have to, if we are in agreement with this, they're asking for 32,000 from capital improvements. Please note that it's not from Senate unallocated, it'd be from capital improvements because this is fixing an internal, literally, it's a capital improvement project, if you will. So I think that's a great idea. I have the link to the beta, or not even the beta, it's actually kind of in effect, but the minutes portal that they had showed us last time. I texted it to you guys if you could maybe put on the agenda or something.
You texted it to us?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll send it in the Slack. I didn't even think of that. Okay, I just sent in the Slack. But yeah, it's. Oh, I should also mention Michael has been, and the FinOps team has been involved with this, and they're in full support of this because it would make their lives a lot easier as well. So that is like the main impetus behind this. And I'll take any questions because I don't think I gave a super apt description.
Jenny, Senator John.
I would just have a quick, maybe dumb question, but how do
No
you?
such thing.
Yeah, okay, you just stop saying that. But where does the numbers come from? Like the 32K? Like, how did you guys settle the numbers?
Yeah, there is a budget breakdown, but I
Okay.
thought, yeah.
We've kind of lost the thread, what's going on?
There's a budget breakdown and it's literally
I got it.
what it says in here, but then it just has the number next to it and I don't know, I don't know.
It would come from my mind if I didn't see the numbers.
Yes, me too, to be honest.
I think we'll have a,
Yeah, I can, yeah.
we'll have a vote on whether there are dumb questions or not, the very last Senate meeting. Right before we leave. I think Holly wants to speak.
Yes, thank you again for the floor. Sorry, I feel like I've interrupted a lot. But do you all mind, or would you consider, I believe this has been either tabled before, or this is the second time this is back on the agenda. Sean and I have not had the opportunity to review this, and we would really appreciate this as well. Even though Sean is our interim director, of course, he's still responsible for the tech area. So being able to have him and his team do a review of the technology that's being used, I think would be helpful for his team. And it's also mine and my staff's responsibility to manage the minutes drive. Our team works with, the minute takers and document retention. And we haven't had the opportunity to essentially review the portal, the project, the funding, how that's going to impact workflow. Because I'll literally be a person that has to implement this and manage it as well as my staff. So just as a professional courtesy, I would really appreciate it if we have the opportunity to review this and chat with any senators that are interested in how this implementation may work. But we haven't met yet, been able to meet with Michael. And I know that he's met with the former students that have worked on this proposal. So if we could connect all those dots for Sean and I, that would be really appreciated. So we have the opportunity to be involved in things that will impact our direct workflow.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Holly, for saying that. I want to say one, that this is the exact same proposal that was brought in during winter quarter. So if you guys want to check back, nothing's changed. And you guys are, of course, free to chime in anytime you want. I personally love when you guys reach out with comments about legislation or proposals. And then two, for the Senate. I think Holly asked this of us at the beginning of the year. I think it's important to bring them things that will affect them and not just, pass things haphazardly, but also that we are the policymaking and financial decision-making body of this association. And so we can do whatever we want.
Really?
I'm just gonna make a small note. I'm also forwarding connected Senator Jung's point, the budget breakdown in particular to the Senate in a couple of seconds. So you guys can review that as well right now.
Holly?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add that it was, Noah, you had mentioned that it was the same proposal from last quarter. I mean that during that time, since the proposal, I've reached out to the staff that have been involved in advising as well as the individuals that have proposed the project. And that's what I mean is during that time, we've been unable to meet with those folks and get our questions answered. So we're able to click on the link and see. But just in terms of the workflow on the back end, yes, you all definitely responsible for writing policy, but a lot of those we have to implement. So even if I have a different opinion than you all, there's still some things that I just have to do as a part of my job. So just understanding how to do those would be important. So just to clarify, I mean that since it was proposed, we have been unsuccessful at having a meeting with any of the parties involved. And primarily, I just want to understand the function of it because I have to implement it and the staff that I supervise have to implement it. So even just from that basis, and then if you all are interested in hearing feedback from either of us, if we happen to have any about what that workflow looks like, we are happy to offer it. But at this point, we don't even know where it's housed, how documents get uploaded, just kind of the fundamentals. So that's what we're looking for and are interested in hearing.
This is a really useful discussion where we have, now 7 minutes left, so maybe some action would be warranted.
I was gonna ask for the body. I haven't had the full ability to review this document yet, and being that staff also would have preference to review it. Do you think it'd be best if we just tabled it to next week's agenda since it was just motioned on?
Okay. Yeah, I didn't want us to pass funding for this week because it's not legislation per se, but because it is a document and for other reasons like Holly's mentioned and what you just said, yeah, I would appreciate if this was tabled a week or even just no action taken and we can just pass the funding next week.
Okay. So, please.
Oh, motion to, what is it called? Table AS internal controls modernization proposal to next week's Senate meeting.
There's been a motion to table AS internal controls modernization proposal next week's Senate meeting. Is there a second suspend? There's been a second, no discussion, why the one?
Question.
Motion to call the question.
Consent.
Consent, seeing none, motion passes. Let's move back up to the resolution condemning anti-Semitism. It's since been confirmed that Asher has signed her name on. We're in discussion on that. So
Looking to adopt the resolution condemning anti-Semitism.
there's been a motion to adopt the resolution condemning anti-Semitism. Is there a second one?
Second.
There's been a second one now in discussion. Aydla,
Other question.
question has been called. If you call the question, so if you like consent, we move into a leave vote. As always, the voting tracker is at the top. Motion one it is. Let's please do this quickly.
Move to motion one, please.
Like by the close of this minute.
It opens to motion time, just as an FYI.
Yeah, go to motion one. Thought we thought that.
So go to motion.
Almost a flip system.
Is this motion one?
Yes.
Yeah, motion one.
So what?
Why does it open on?
Yo, I did motion, I like opened it to motion.
What is the difference? Point of order, I feel like, I believe a few senators are absent if that could be reflected on the sheet.
Yeah.
Right.
So Mike, could you take care of that, please?
So.
Bless you.
Thank you.
This is when everyone starts to really go out to harder touch.
Yeah.
Results after, correct?
That's.
We have
just a
quorum.
Agenda.
We do.
Just on that, yes, we.
Mirrors. Mayor just left.
Everybody's not here as well.
And who just left?
Mira's coming back. She's coming back.
We don't have quorum. No, the
Well-
proxies can vote, but they don't count towards quorum.
Mira's coming back in a second.
It's PPP, so it's still.
You're right, yeah.
We go back down to 21 senators.
Did Mira vote at least?
There's just an abstention.
At least.
PPP votes.
Yeah, PP is abstention.
Can
We have
someone,
12.
can you note that as an
senators.
abstention, please? Do we have 12 senators?
Senator Shurkin's absent.
But proxy doesn't count towards quorum, so is it not? 11?
We have.
I think
On the Zoom right now.
Yeah, we're looking for me on Zoom.
We have 12 not counting, are also counting Mira.
11, 12. We have 13, including Senator Dan, and we have 14. with-
So we're chilling.
Yeah.
We're at. Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. Now we just went to 13. 1301. So 14.
Well, Mira's back.
Yeah, already voted.
Yeah, abstain.
Dissension.
And I think Neil and PPP.
Okay, it just went to 14. How many senators are on Zoom?
One.
So Shurkin's not there.
Shurkin's absent.
Oh, who's also with the proxy, right? Yeah, which one? But it says total senators present, yeah, we're fine. Okay, we're at 1301.
Just double check.
Mira, yours was counted as an abstention because you
Okay.
weren't here, so. And then the historical records you will.
No, I'm good.
Okay. So, resolution passes. Nothing on business.
That's approved. That.
Mr. Vice President. Yeah. I move to add to section M, appointments and resignations, the resignation of Senator Kawe Manala as International Senator.
Do you mind if, just out of propriety, because the senator's resignation really matters, I don't think I received an email from him. It's completely fine, like, you'll send me an email, we'll do that in next week's agenda.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine.
Do you rescind?
Rescinded.
Appreciate that. Molly's.
Okay, I'm so sorry, guys, but we can do this really fast. I motion to add to action items a bill to establish ASIVTU and FC Rent Support Program that's been discharged out of Advocacy Committee. So if you guys don't know, there is a holdup on this bill. because this program is moving out of EOP, it's a collaboration with EOP, to FCRT, which is our Financial Crisis Response Team within the Office of Financial Aid. And this is a great and amazing change because EOP takes like 3 weeks to distribute funds for emergency rent support. By moving to Financial Crisis Response Team, students can get reimbursement for their like crisis emergency situation within literally the same day. So this is just an amazing thing. We plan to work on that with them. And we already had a meeting, so we're just amending the financial language this weekend so we can fix it in committee next week and have it hopefully back on. So I just want to send it back into committee.
Okay, so the situation is, it's been referred to the Senate. You want to refer it back to another committee?
Correct.
Okay, which committee?
I prefer finance committee because we want to get the impact, suggestions from Vincent and
Sure,
Michael.
okay, yeah, have you sent that to Councilmember Jones?
It should,
No, my bad.
let me copy it and send it. Melanie? Mm-hmm.
Sure, and do you want to make the motion in the meantime? So there's just discussion.
Sure, I can make the motion.
Mhm.
Motion to refer, a bill to establish the ASIV.
You gotta introduce it first.
Oh, wait, but I just made the motion.
No, that was, you're just like explaining.
Oh, okay. Motion to add a bill to establish the AS Isla Vista Maintenance Unit and Finance Committee Joint Rent Support Program to the agenda.
There's been a motion to add the
Just ask if she.
did you send that to?
I'm sending it,
Jill?
it's sending.
There's been a motion to amend the agenda and add a bill to establish the IBTU and Finance Committee rent support programs. As referred out of this committee with amendments?
Yes.
Yes. There's been a motion? Oh, no, second. There's been a second. We're now in discussion. No discussion, Fan.
Call the question.
Motion called, question, question?
Consent.
If there's consent. Motion passes. Oh, no.
Motion to refer a bill to establish the ASIVTU and FC Joint Rent Support Program with amendments to Finance Committee.
There's been a bill to, there's been a motion to refer a bill to establish the ASIVTU UFC Joint Rent Support Program with amendments to the Finance Committee. Is there a second, Dan?
Second.
Second, we're in non-discussion. Michael.
Call the question.
Question called, call the question?
That.
Like consent, saying no, motion passes. I'm glad you guys did that. Thank you. Do we have unanimous consent to move into? Section K minutes and allocations?
Objections? Can I make a motion for funds for outreach that I talked about earlier?
Yeah,
I hope I get the account.
we're still in action items, yeah.
Is it motion and transfer? Okay. All right, nice.
Okay.
I move to allocate $3,000 from Senate unallocated account 468 to Senate Outreach Committee account number 469.
There's been a motion to allocate $2,000 from Senate allocated account number 468 to Senate Outreach Committee account number 469. Is there a second? Yeah,
Second.
there's been a second. We're now in discussion.
Okay, I have a comment to make. I need a budget.
Okay,
I mean, maybe if people want to let this slide, but I'm just saying, I'm doing my job. I need a budget.
And the long-standing precedent is, I should really remember whether it's reflected in standing rules, but that funding motions usually wait a week. Lucan?
Yeah, in our outreach minutes from last meeting, we passed $3,130 for like the cold spell event, for like the focus group project, and for like tailing supplies. And so this 3,000 just covers what we will need to pay an honoraria at a minimum, and then gives us a little bit of funds for like, this is just, well, we use these up in the quarter, you know what I mean? We have winter quarter too.
Okay, what's? Because we're still in discussion? So it seems like you wanna refer it for a week, what's going on?
Yes, if that's per policy. Like,
Yeah, it's allowed, right?
yeah, then.
Yeah, so this would have to die, or you would have to amend it. Because we're in a motion currently to allocate the $3,000.
Point of information.
Yeah.
So that is a policy that said funding requests have to wait for a week.
No, it's not.
Oh, so that.
At least not that one I could find on the standing
Well,
room.
what
I
you
think it's
think?
just a precedent.
Okay. I could give my personal opinion that I would rather prefer to see like the estimates of the budget that was being.
I rescind my motion, it's not, yeah.
The second has to rescind
I
for
rescind my
10,
motion. Yeah, sorry.
It's good. It's just.
Okay, so you'll just bring it
Yeah, I guess I'll just.
next week. Okay, can we please move into section K minutes allocations? Consent. Yes.
Motion to strike, motion to fully fund Global Affairs Journal requesting 1,037.
We have to open.
Oh.
Or just went straight into it.
Can you send the motion?
I rescind the motion. Put in revision. Last time we did the library, they will also open it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Oh, yes. Motion to open Finance Committee January 26 minutes.
There's been a motion to open Finance Committee January 26th minutes. There's been a motion to open. What am I doing? Oh my God. Is there a second? Oh no. There's been a second. We're now discussing. Past 11 PM, it's over. Lee, questions, we call objection, call the question? Infusion by consent. Seeing none, motion passes. We're in those minutes.
Yeah.
Go.
Motion to strike, motion to fully fund Global Affairs Journal requesting $1,037.91 from the Finance Committee Winter Quarter Fund 2026. From the January 26 Finance Committee meeting minutes due to their selling of the printing of the journals founded from student fees.
There's been a motion to strike, motion to fully fund Global Affairs Journal requesting $1,037.91 from Finance Committee Winter Quarter Fund 2026 from January 26, 2026, Finance Committee meeting minutes due to their selling of the printing of journals funded from student fees. Is there a second? Oh no.
Second.
There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Are people clear on this? Or is this like a thing people are familiar with? We're not just marching through?
I would,
Very briefly, John?
yes, I would want to make this comment in a minute that we would love to fund them more if they can just send free copies to students.
We're in discussion, Lee. Question has been called. Your call question? You guys like to say? Seeing none, motion passes. I expect that this is communicated to the relevant RCO promptly, that this just happened.
Because the decision of the Finance Committee is not informed until Friday, so.
Yeah, but they'll be informed that
Yes,
that did not
yes,
pass and, yeah,
yes.
or it's not actionable. Since we're-
Motion to close Finance Committee meeting minutes in January 26th.
There's been a motion to close Finance Committee meeting minutes from January 26, 2026. Is there a second? Oh, no. Second. There's been a second. We're now in discussion. Lee? Questions, about just call the question? If you'd like to say, seeing none, motion passes. Second. I gotta make this add up. Boom. Listen,
Motion to bundle and approve all remaining minutes and allocations.
there a motion to bundle and approve all remaining minutes and allocations. Is there a second? Oh, no. Second. There's been a second. We're now discussion. Lee? Questions, call the question?
Objection. I'm so sorry, guys, but within one of the, since Sean just talked about retreats, I looked over the minutes and there is one BCU that approved funding for a winter retreat where we can't see what the agenda is and it's $400 for dinner. And as we just talked about, with Sean, I'm not sure if we can do that or it should be allowed. Or, hello, yes?
Do you know when this retreat is? Is this something we could approve everything else but this and this could be looked into?
Potentially. It's
Does it show a date?
yes, well, I don't know when the date is, sorry. I don't know when the date is, but I know it's like the GGC's January 13th meeting minutes. They don't say when the date is.
I can provide some context just because I'm a liaison for them. I'm on their channel and apparently they just decided the date today. And I'm pretty sure it's for the purpose of the mission because I believe they're trying to talk about their projects planning for the following.
Okay, it's within the Senate's ability to approve certain ones, not approve certain ones, approve all of them together. It doesn't seem to be violating anything. It's your choice. And it's also your choice whether we stay here or not.
Okay, I rescind my objection. I'm just not gonna vote. Yes.
Can we just table it real quick to next week and then just pass the rest?
All five.
But we would need to rescind purposes.
Oh, no,
10 seconds.
Second.
Motion rescinded.
Sussman.
Motion to bundle and approve all remaining minutes and allocations with the exception of Global Cultural Commission.
There's been a motion to bundle and approve all remaining minutes and allocations with the exception of the Global Gaucho Commission.
Commission's January 13th meeting minutes.
January 13th meeting minutes. Is there a second? Oh, no. Second. There's been a second one, no discussion, Moise.
I think Senator Jung just provided the reason of the retreat. I don't understand why we still wanna like look into it a little bit more if like she just provided that it meets the mission statement and they're gonna actually talk about something.
Okay.
It's never a problem to double check and, be responsible in the carrying out of our duties. So as long as it doesn't cause a burden to them, which I don't think it will, I see no issue with tabling.
That was productive. We're no discussion.
Call question.
Question has been called. Any reason to call the question?
Second.
There's like consent, seeing none, motion passes. Discussion items, 30 seconds, 5 seconds actually. Senate committee meeting rooms, supposed to be flying A. It's not flying A. We hope for that to be resolved soon, especially since several offices meet at the same time in AS main and it's become basically an intolerable environment. Yes, can we move it? Yeah. We know there's nothing else for discussion items? Cool. Into appointments and resignations, the floor is open.
Motion to bundle and approve all minutes. Motion to bundle and approve all appointments and resignations.
There's been a motion to bundle and approve all appointments and resignations. Is there a second? Oh, no.
Second.
Second, we're now discussion. Yeah.
Call the question.
There's call the question. Second, consent, seeing no motion passes. This, I guess, yeah, whatever, fine. Okay, there's nothing else before we amend accept the agenda, rather? Agenda. There's nothing else, right? Okay, can we move into?
Which section is this?
Yes. You know, it says move to section E, acceptance of agenda? Doing like consent, okay. Yes.
Motion to accept the agenda as amended.
There's been a motion to accept the agenda as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a second round of discussion. Dan?
Call the question.
Questions been called. Did you call the question?
Sir.
Doing like consent, seeing none, motion passes, period. Any remarks? Anyone want to hang out for a little
I'm
longer?
gonna get out of here.
You know, set to move in section O, adjournment? I want this motion to come from someone who hasn't spoken yet this meeting.
The proxy.
Yeah.
Vanessa, say something. I wanna say. Oh my god.
Adjourn the meeting at 11:13.
Everybody said.
Motion to adjourn the meeting at 11:30.
There's been a motion to adjourn the meeting 11:13 PM. Who was seconding it? Okay, we're on here.
I'm done. Go.
Oh, yeah.
Talk to you.
No.